Every myth begins somewhere small. It's not in the halls of gods or the burning of worlds, but in something ordinary and overlooked. A room with a single lamp, a boy who could not sleep, a piece of paper with nothing on it yet. Tonight, I am going to tell you the whole story, the real one and the imagined one together. The way they have always been braided into each other. Settle in, it's going to take a while, and that is the point. Let me take you back to Cleveland, Ohio, in the 1930s. Let's picture it in winter, because that is when the city shows you what it actually is. The lake wind comes off Erie with nothing to slow it down, and it moves through the neighborhoods like something with intent, rattling the storm windows, pushing the smoke from 10,000 coal furnaces sideways across the rooftops. The sky sits low and the color of wet newspaper. The street lights come on at 4 in the afternoon, and it feels like they are apologizing. This was a factory city then, a steel and shipping city, and it had been staggered by the Depression the way a heavyweight gets staggered. Still upright, but not entirely present. Men who had worked at the mills stood in lines that wrapped around blocks. Laterally, rows swelled. Storefronts that had been busy in 1928 had brown paper in the windows by 1932. And in the middle of all this, in a neighborhood on the east side called Glenville, there lived a large and close community of Jewish immigrant families who had come from Eastern Europe with almost nothing and built something anyway. 2 boys grew up in that neighborhood, and neither one of them was anything special to look at. Jerry Siegel was born in Cleveland in 1914, the youngest of 6 children, 2 parents who had come from Lithuania. His father, Mitchell, ran a haberdashery on the Near East Side, a small shop selling hats and shirts and second-hand suits, the kind of business that survives on thin margins and long hours. Jerry was a small, bookish, thin-shouldered kid with heavy glasses and a nervous energy that never quite found a comfortable place to sit. He was not athletic. He was not popular. Speed as a sort of boy who spent lunch periods in the library and who could tell you the plot of every pulp magazine on the newsstand rack. Joe Shuster was born the same year, 1914, but in Toronto, to a father from the Netherlands and a mother from Ukraine. Both Jewish, both refugees from the same broad wave of persecution and poverty that had pushed millions across the Atlantic. The Shuster family moved to Cleveland when Joe was about 10, chasing work that had not materialized in Canada. They were poor, even by the standards of a poor neighborhood. There is a detail from Joe's childhood that gets repeated in every account of him, and it is repeated because it says everything. He drew on butcher paper and on the backs of wallpaper scraps and on any surface his family could not afford to throw away. He was also severely nearsighted, so badly that he had to hold his work close to his face, and he stayed that way his whole life, drawing a character with telescopic vision through eyes that could barely make out the far side of a room. The 2 boys met at Glenville High School. Both of them were, by their own later descriptions, among the smallest and most picked-on kids in the building. That is not a legend added later to make the story better. They said it themselves in interviews. For decades, they were the boys who got shoved into lockers and who learned to take a longer route home. What they had instead of size was a shared obsession: science fiction, pulp magazines, the lurid, gorgeous, cheap paper covers of amazing stories and weird tales, adventure serials, newspaper strips like Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon, which were doing something in the early 1930s that had never quite been done before, putting rocket ships and ray guns into the funny pages next to the domestic gag strips. Edgar Rice Burroughs and his Mars novels, where an ordinary Earthman arrives on a planet with lower gravity and finds himself suddenly gloriously stronger than everyone around him. Philip Wiley's novel Gladiator from 1930, about a man born with extraordinary strength who cannot find a place for himself in the world. Doc Savage, The Shadow, Tarzan, Hercules, and Samson from the old stories their families told. Jerry wrote, Joe drew. They found each other the way people do when they are both carrying the same unlikely dream around a building, when nobody else wants to talk about it. Jerry was writing for the school newspaper, the Glenville Torch. Ken, self-publishing a little mimeographed fanzine he called Science Fiction, one of the earliest science fiction fanzines in America. Joe illustrated it. They were teenagers producing a magazine in a basement with a hand-cranked duplicator and an audience that could be counted on two hands. And then, in June of 1932, something happened to Jerry Siegel that broke his life open. His father, Mitchell, was in the shop when three men came in. Counts differ on exactly what happened, and the historical record has been picked over for decades by researchers trying to nail it down. What is documented is that there was a robbery, that the men took merchandise, and that Mitchell Siegel collapsed and died. The death certificate listed heart failure. Some accounts describe it as a heart attack brought on by the confrontation. Jerry was 17 years old. The family never talked about it much afterward. Jerry, in a lifetime of interviews about the creation of Superman, almost never mentioned it. It surfaced publicly in a serious way only decades later when researchers went through the records. And the connection is impossible to prove and impossible to ignore at the same time. A boy loses his father to violence in a small shop. Within a year or two, that boy invents a bulletproof man who arrives when ordinary people are being harmed and who cannot be shot, cannot be stopped, cannot be taken from you. You do not have to believe that is where Superman came from, but you should hold it in your hand for a moment before you set it down. The first version of the character was not a hero at all. In January of 1933, Jerry and Joe published a short story in their fanzine called The Reign of the Superman. The Superman of that story was a bald, gaunt man named Bill Dunn, vagrant, who was given a drug by a mad scientist and develops enormous telepathic and mental powers, and who immediately uses them to try to dominate the world. He was a villain. The name came, most likely, from the philosophical term that had been floating around in the popular press for decades, the Bermensch, translated into English as Superman, an idea that had already been detached from its original philosophical context and was being tossed around in newspapers and adventure fiction as a shorthand for a superior being. That story did not go anywhere, but the name stuck in Jerry's head, and he kept turning it over. Then came the night. Jerry Siegel described it many times over the years, and, while the details shifted slightly with each retelling the way they always do, the core of it stayed the same. It was a hot summer night, and he could not sleep. He lay in bed, in the dark, with his mind running, and ideas started arriving faster than he could hold them. A character, not a villain this time, strong man, in the mold of Samson in Hercules, but placed in the modern world. Someone with the power of a god in the heart of a decent person. Someone from another world entirely, so that his strangeness had an explanation and his loneliness had a source. Jerry got up and wrote through the night, and in the morning he ran the 12 blocks or so to Joe Shuster's house, and he told him everything. Joe started drawing immediately. The first designs went through many revisions. Early sketches show a figure who looks more like a circus strongman than more like a pulp adventurer. The costume evolved from something plainer into the thing we know now. And the reasoning behind it was drawn from a mix of sources that were all sitting right there in the culture of the time. Circus performers and acrobats wore tights and trunks and boots because those clothes let you see the body move. Strongmen wore belts. The cape came from swashbuckler films and from the visual language of adventure serials, and it solved a practical problem for an artist, which is that a flying figure needs something to show the motion of air, a shield on the chest with a letter in it, so the character had a symbol you could recognize from far away and at a small size on a newsprint page. The colors mattered too: red, blue, and yellow. Primary colors, the brightest inks on the cheapest printing presses, chosen because they would punch off a newsstand rack full of muddy competitors. There was something almost accidentally profound in that. The most optimistic-looking costume in the history of fiction exists partly because of the limitations of four-color printing in the 1930s. Jerry modeled the character's civilian identity on himself. That is not speculation. Both men said it repeatedly for the rest of their lives. Clark Kent, the mild-mannered, bespectacled, awkward reporter whom nobody notices and who is invisible to the woman he loves, was a self-portrait drawn by two boys who had spent their adolescence being invisible. And Lois Lane, the sharp, ambitious, fearless reporter who looked straight past Clark, was modeled on a young woman named Joanne Carter, who had answered a newspaper advertisement Joe placed looking for a model, and who posed for the early drawings in 1935 in the Siegel family home in Glenville. Years later, Joanne married Jerry Siegel. She was his wife until his death. The woman who was the first Lois Lane spent the rest of her life fighting alongside him for credit for the character, so the shape of it was there by the middle of the 1930s. A man from a doomed world. A rocket. A childhood among strangers. Enormous power held in check by decency. A secret identity built out of the creator's own sense of being overlooked. A city that needed him. A woman who could not see him. And then came 5 years of rejection. This is the part of the story that gets compressed in the retelling, and it should not be. Jerry and Joe did not create Superman and then immediately sell him. They created Superman and then spent years being told no by nearly everyone in publishing. They wanted him to be a newspaper syndicated strip because that was where the money and prestige were. Comic books, at that point, barely existed as a form. They were mostly cheap reprint collections of newspaper strips, a marginal product with a marginal audience. So they submitted, and they were rejected, over and over. One editor at a syndicate wrote back that the concept was attractive because of its freshness and its naivety, but that it was still a rather immature piece of work. Others simply passed. Some did not respond at all. Jerry, frustrated, briefly tried working with other artists to see if a different visual approach would sell it, approaching illustrators including Russell Keaton, Tony Strabel, and Mel Graff. None of those versions took either. Eventually, he came back to Joe, and the two of them decided that if this thing was going to happen, it would happen with the both of them or not at all. There is a story told by Joe Shuster and repeated many times, that at one especially low point, he became so discouraged by the rejections that he took the pages of one version of the strip and burned them in the furnace. Jerry supposedly rescued the cover from the fire. Whether it happened exactly that way or not, it captures something true about those years. They were young men with a good idea in a world that had not yet built a place to put it. Meanwhile, in New York, a small and troubled publishing company was flailing. It had been founded by a former cavalry officer named Malcolm Willa Nicholson, who had the genuine and unusual idea of publishing comic books full of original material rather than newspaper reprints. He launched titles including New, Fun, and, in 1937, Detective Comics. Jerry and Joe were already selling him work, filler features, and adventure strips, small jobs at low rates. But Wheeler Nicholson was chronically undercapitalized. He owed money to his printer and distributor, a man named Harry Donenfeld, and to Donenfeld's accountant and business partner, Jack Leibowitz. By 1938, Wheeler Nicholson was out, and Donenfeld and Leibowitz had taken control of the company. They wanted to launch a new title, K Anthology, Action Adventure, something to sit alongside Detective Comics on the racks. They called it Action Comics. And they needed material for the first issue, and they needed it fast. An editor named Vin Sullivan went looking. There are a few versions of what happened next, and they disagree at the edges, but the essential shape holds. Somebody remembered the Superman submission that had been sitting around, rejected in the files. Or somebody pulled it out of a drawer, or a colleague named Sheldon Meyer, who worked for a syndicate that had passed on it, pushed it forward because he loved it and could not let it go. It's probably some combination of all three. What is certain is that Sullivan contacted Jerry and Joe and asked whether they could turn their newspaper strip into a 13-page comic book story immediately. They could. They did it by literally cutting the strip panels apart with scissors and pasting them into a comic book page layout, redrawing and adding where they had to. It was fast and it was a little crude, and you can still see the seams if you look at the original pages. And then they signed the release. $130. That is what they were paid for those 13 pages, at the standard rate of $10 per page. The check has been photographed and reproduced 1,000 times. Squaw. In the release they signed, which was completely standard practice in the industry at the time, and which neither of them thought twice about, transferred all rights to the character to the publisher forever. Every reprint, every film, every lunchbox, every toy, every trading card, every syndication deal from that moment until the end of time. They were 23 years old. They had been rejected for 5 straight years. Somebody was finally saying yes. Abe signed. Nobody involved had the slightest idea what had just happened. Publisher reportedly looked at Joe's cover image, a man in a blue suit and red cape hoisting a green automobile over his head and smashing it into a rock while terrified men flee, and called it ridiculous, absurd, not something any reader would believe. He ran it anyway, mostly because there was nothing better and the printing deadline was there. The book went to press in the spring of 1938. 200,000 copies, 10 cents each. The cover date read June, but it actually reached newsstands on the 18th of April. Somewhere in Cleveland, 2 young men who had been told no for 5 years waited to see if anyone would notice. Hold that image for a moment before you drift. A winter city with a lake wind coming through it. 2 nearsighted boys in a bedroom with a lamp on. One writing, one drawing, both certain about something nobody else can see yet. The whole enormous edifice of everything they came after. Every cape and every mask and every origin story in every crowded theater, all of it still folded up small, still just an idea in a room, still weightless. That is where it starts. Rest here a while. We have a long way to go. Now let us slow down and go underneath the story, because there is a layer beneath the surface of Superman that most people never think about. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Superman was made by 2 Jewish sons of immigrants in an American city. In the exact years when the country their grandparents had fled was building the machinery that would murder 6 million of their people. That is not background. That is not a footnote. It is soaked into the character at the level of the bones. Start with the name, Clark Kent, which is about as flatly Anglo-American as a name can get. 2 hard consonant-heavy syllables that sound like they belong on a mailbox in Ohio. Start with the other name, the real one, Kal-El. In Hebrew, the suffix El is one of the oldest and most common names for God. It appears everywhere in the Hebrew Bible, embedded in name after name. Michael, meaning who is like God. Gabriel, meaning God is my strength. Daniel, meaning God is my judge. Israel itself, suffix, is a marker, a signature, a way of saying that this person is bound up with the divine. In Superman's Kryptonian family are all El, Jor-El, Lara, Kal-El, an entire lineage carrying the name of God as a surname. The first element, Kal, has been read a few different ways over the years, most commonly as something close to voice or vessel. So Kal-El lands somewhere in the neighborhood of the voice of God, or the vessel of God. Now, here is the honest part. And I'm going to be honest with you throughout this, because the honest version is always more interesting than the tidy one. There is no surviving document in which Jerry Siegel says that he chose the name for that reason. He may have. He may simply have liked the sound of it. Kryptonian names in the early comics were often just pleasant science fiction syllables. But Jerry Siegel grew up in a Jewish immigrant household in a heavily Jewish neighborhood, attended a high school where a large portion of the student body was Jewish, and was surrounded his entire childhood by Hebrew names built on exactly that pattern. The syllable was in the water he swam in. Whether he reached for it consciously or it simply arrived, it arrived. Now, the origin itself. A child is born into a community facing annihilation. His parents know what is coming and cannot stop it. They cannot save themselves and they cannot save their people, so they do the only thing left available to a parent in that position. They place the infant in a small vessel and send him away, alone, across a distance he will never be able to recross, in the hope that he will land somewhere safer and live. He is found and raised by people not of his blood. He grows up with a different name, in a different culture, among people who do not know what he is. And when he is grown, he becomes a champion of the oppressed and a deliverer of the powerless. That is the story of Moses in the bulrushes. Dead is almost point for point. The basket in the river becomes a rocket in the void. Pharaoh's daughter becomes a Kansas farm couple. The adopted Egyptian name becomes Clark Kent. It is the same architecture. And yet, here is the strange and wonderful complication. Jerry Siegel, in an unpublished memoir he wrote late in life about the creation of the character, does not mention Moses at all. Not once. The figure he explicitly credits as a strong influence is Samson. Samson, from the book of Judges. A man given supernatural physical strength by God, who tears a lion apart with his hands, who breaks ropes as though they are thread, who kills 1,000 men with the jawbone of an animal, who tears the gates of a city out of the ground and carries them up a hill. Samson is not a moral philosopher. He is a body. He is the fantasy of overwhelming physical power belonging to a member of an oppressed people living under occupation. He is exactly what a small, bullied, nearsighted teenager in a neighborhood where Jewish kids got beaten up would reach for. And there's a third figure standing behind both of them, and this one is arguably the closest match of all, a golem. The Golem of Prague is one of the great pieces of Jewish folklore, most commonly attached to Rabbi Judah Loew ben Bezalel in the 16th century. The story goes that with the Jewish quarter of Prague under threat of pogrom, the rabbi shaped a figure out of the clay of the riverbank and animated it with the holy word, and the golem rose to defend the community. It was enormously strong. It was invulnerable to ordinary weapons. It was not human, though it walked among humans and could pass for one at a distance. It was a protector made by a persecuted people out of nothing but earth and faith, specifically to stand between them and violence. Superman is a golem in a cape. He is the wish of a vulnerable community made physical. He is what you build when you cannot call the police because the police are not coming. And you need someone who cannot be hurt to stand in the doorway. Now hold all of that in your mind and place it against the calendar. Superman was conceived around 1933 and published in 1938. Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany in January of 1933. The Nuremberg laws stripping German Jews of citizenship came in 1935. Kristallnacht, the night of coordinated violence against Jewish homes, businesses, and synagogues across Germany and Austria, came in November of 1938, 7 months after Action Comics' #1 hit the newsstands. And it was not only happening over there. Anti-Semitism in America in the 1930s was open, respectable, and loud. Father Charles Coughlin was broadcasting anti-Semitic radio sermons to an audience in the tens of millions. The German-American Bund held a rally in Madison Square Garden in February of 1939 that drew about 20,000 people under a portrait of George Washington flanked by swastikas. Universities had quotas. Whole industries had unwritten rules. 2 Jewish boys in Cleveland did not need a newspaper to tell them what the world thought of them. So they made a man who could not be hurt, and they put a symbol on his chest. The S-shield deserves a moment of its own. Consider what a symbol on a chest meant in 1938. Europe was in the middle of the most aggressive era of political symbol making in modern history. The swastika, the fasces, the hammer and sickle, the sunwell, the lightning bolts of the SS emblems designed to be recognized instantly from a distance, at a rally, on a flag, on an armband. Symbols engineered to make you feel small in front of something enormous. And into that visual environment walked a bright red and yellow shield worn by a man whose entire purpose was to catch falling people. It was not designed as a counter-argument. Nobody sat down and drew it up as a rebuttal to fascist iconography. But it functioned as one, and it has functioned as one ever since. It is a symbol of strength that promises to help you rather than to conquer you. There are not many of those. The world noticed, by the way, specifically the Nazis noticed. In April of 1940, Das Schwarzkorps, the official weekly newspaper of the SS, published an attack on Superman and on Jerry Siegel by name. The article, called Siegel, physically and intellectually circumcised, mocked him as a Jew who had invented a colorful figure with an impressive appearance and a powerful body, and accused him of poisoning the minds of American youth. It complained that Siegel sowed hate, suspicion, evil, and laziness. It sneered that there was nothing certain people would not do for money. Stop and sit with that. The official newspaper of the SS in the middle of the Second World War took the time to write a hit piece on a comic book character. They understood exactly what he was, and they were right to be irritated. What had provoked it, most likely, was a 2-page story Jerry and Joe produced for Look magazine in February of 1940, titled How Superman Would End the War. In it, Superman flies to Europe, plucks Hitler up by the shirt, grabs Stalin as well, and hauls both of them to Geneva to stand trial before the League of Nations for their crimes. This was published nearly 2 years before the United States entered the war, while much of the country was still firmly isolationist. 2 Jewish kids from Cleveland were publicly fantasizing about dragging Hitler out of the chancellery by his collar, while American foreign policy was still officially neutral. There is one more piece of this, and it is the deepest one, and it has nothing to do with punching Nazis. It is the assimilation story. Think about what Clark Kent actually is. He is a man with a foreign birth name who arrives in America as an infant, is given an American name, learns to speak and dress and behave like the people around him, and spends his entire adult life concealing his true origin because he knows that if people found out what he was, they would be afraid of him. Dresses down. He makes himself smaller. He develops a whole physical vocabulary of stooping and stammering and apologizing so that nobody looks too closely. He keeps his real self folded up underneath his ordinary clothes, and he takes it out only when it is safe or when someone is in danger. That is not a metaphor. A Jewish immigrant family in 1938 would have had to explain to each other. That was Tuesday. Change your name at Ellis Island. Lose the accent. Do not draw attention. Be twice as good and half as visible. There is a wonderful phrase one scholar used, that Clark hides his cape the way a man hides a prayer shawl under his shirt. And once you have heard it, you will think of it every time you see that scene where he tears the button down open. A caution, because I promised you honesty, and there is a counter-argument worth respecting. Some historians of comics, most prominently Martin Lund, have pushed back hard on the whole reading. Their argument runs roughly like this. Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster were not especially religious. They were not particularly engaged with Jewish communal life or Jewish scholarship. They were 2 secular American teenagers who loved science fiction magazines and wanted to sell a newspaper strip and make some money. When they created Superman, nobody in America, Jewish or otherwise, knew that an industrial genocide was coming. Jewish refugees in the mid-1930s were understood to be fleeing persecution, not extermination. Reading the destruction of Krypton as a Holocaust metaphor is reading history backward through the lens of what came later. And the heavy Moses parallel in this reading is something that was mapped onto the character by later writers and later audiences, not something the creators built in. I think both things can be true at once, and I think holding both is more interesting than picking one. You do not have to be a devout person to be shaped by the culture you were raised inside. You do not have to consciously intend an allegory to produce one. Jerry Siegel absorbed the stories of Samson, in the language of Hebrew names, in the folklore of the golem, the way anyone absorbs the mythology of their household ambiently without cataloging it. He then sat down to invent a hero, and out came a foundling from a destroyed civilization with a Hebraic name who conceals his identity to survive among strangers and uses impossible strength to protect the defenseless. That is not a coded message. It is something better and stranger. It is what happens when a specific history flows through a specific person and comes out the other side as something universal enough that a farm kid in Nebraska and a Hindu child in Delhi and a grandmother in Snow Hollow all recognize themselves in it. Which brings us to the last turn of this chapter, and it is the funniest one. By the second half of the 20th century, popular culture had largely reinterpreted Superman as a Christ figure. A father in the heavens sends his only son down to earth in order to save humanity. The son is raised in obscurity by a humble carpenter's family in a rural town. He conceals his divinity for roughly 30 years and then reveals himself and begins a public ministry of miracles. He is a being of light who exists to redeem. The 1978 film leaned into this so heavily that Marlon Brando's Jor-El says, more or less directly, that he is sending them his only son. TS 713 film has Superman float in space in a cruciform pose and makes a point of saying he is 33 years old. So the single most famous Christ allegory in 20th century popular culture was invented by two Jewish kids from Cleveland. It took about 40 years for anyone to start describing it that way. There is something almost cosmically appropriate about that. A character built out of the immigrant experience, out of assimilation and hidden identity and the longing to be accepted. God so thoroughly assimilated by his adopted culture that his origins were quietly forgotten and he was recast in the image of the majority. Clark Kent would have understood completely. Let that settle for a moment. A basket in a river. A rocket in the dark. K-figure rising in a Prague alley to stand in a doorway. A strong man with his hands on two pillars. All of it swirling together in the mind of a sleepless teenager in Ohio on a summer night in 1932. And none of it arriving with a label attached. Sleep on that if you like. We're going to the newsstand next. I want you to picture a newsstand, not a store. A stand, the kind that existed on city corners in 1938. A wooden or metal structure with a slanted rack out front and a man inside who has been there since before dawn. The magazines are arranged in overlapping rows so that only the top third of each cover shows, which means every publisher in America is fighting a war for the top third of a cover. Stand smells like newsprint and cigarette smoke and rain on paper. On the 18th of April, 1938, a new title appeared on those racks. It cost 10 cents. The cover date said June because publishers post-dated covers so that retailers would keep them out longer, which is why the entire history of comics runs about 2 months ahead of itself in the record books. The cover showed a man in a blue bodysuit and a red cape, his back arched, holding a green automobile over his head by the front bumper and smashing its nose into a boulder. The front axle is snapping. A wheel is flying off. 3 men in the foreground are running away or collapsing, one of them clutching his head in a pose of pure cartoon terror. There is no explanatory text on the image, no caption saying who this is, no word balloon. Just a man destroying a car with his hands. Nobody at the publisher thought this was a good idea. The story, told and retold by people who were there, is that the publisher looked at the image and called it absurd. It's ridiculous. Nobody would believe it. Readers would not accept a man who could lift an automobile. And there is a version where he ran it purely because the deadline had arrived and there was nothing else ready. 200,000 copies went out. Inside, on page 1, was a 13-page story, with a splash panel and a caption box that laid out the whole thing in about 100 words. A scientist on a doomed planet places his infant son in a hastily devised spaceship. The child is found by a passing motorist and turned over to an orphanage. As he grows, he discovers he can leap an eighth of a mile, hurdle a 20-story building, run faster than an express train, and that nothing less than a bursting shell can pierce his skin. The caption then offers a scientific explanation involving the ant and the grasshopper, noting that the ant can lift many times its own weight, and the grasshopper can leap enormous distances relative to its size, and suggesting that Superman's abilities are simply the natural result of coming from a species that had evolved to physical perfection. That is the entire origin. One page. That is all the room they had. And then the story starts. And here's where the thing that surprises most modern readers happens. The Superman of Action Comics #1 is not the character you are picturing. He is a different animal entirely, and understanding that difference is the key to understanding everything that came after. He cannot fly, he leaps. It's a famous phrase about being able to leap tall buildings in a single bound is a literal description of his actual limitation, not a poetic flourish. His flight arrives later. He is not from Krypton, because Krypton does not have a name yet. The planet is simply described as a distant planet that was destroyed by old age. It gets its name a year later. He does not have heat vision, or X-ray vision, or freeze breath, or super hearing, or any of the enormous power set that would accumulate over the following decades. He is strong, he is fast, he jumps, and he is bulletproof. That is it. He does not work for the Daily Planet. He works for the Daily Star. The name changes later, and his enemies are not aliens or supervillains or cosmic gods. In that first issue and the ones immediately following, Superman goes after a wife-beater, a corrupt lobbyist, a crooked mine owner who has cut safety corners, a gang of criminals, a politician on the take, and a munitions manufacturer profiteering off a foreign war. In one early story, he tears down a block of squalid slum housing so that the government will be forced to build something better. In another, he kidnaps the owner of an unsafe mine and traps him underground so he can experience the conditions his own workers face. In another, he abducts a corrupt senator and drags him along on a chase to expose a bribery scheme. The banner they gave him was champion of the oppressed, not defender of the world, not guardian of the universe, champion of the oppressed. This was a hero for people who had spent 9 years in the Great Depression watching the wealthy fail upward. He was a New Deal fantasy with fists. He was what you daydream about when the landlord would not fix the boiler and there is nothing you can do about it. He was also, by later standards, a little bit of a menace. He threatens people. He drops them from great heights and catches them at the last second to make them talk. He is rough with property. There is a cheerful lawlessness to the early Superman that will be sanded away over the following decade as he became a national institution and as editors, and, later, the Comics Code required their heroes to work with the authorities rather than around them. Now, what happened next is the part that nobody could have predicted, and that nobody at the company understood for months. Action Comics sold. Not spectacularly at first, or at least not in a way the publisher could interpret, because they did not know why it was selling. It was an anthology. Superman was one feature among many, sharing the book with a magician, a cowboy, a jungle adventurer, a detective, and a strip about a police officer. Superman did not even appear on the cover of the next several issues. The company had no idea he was the reason. There is a famous anecdote about how they figured it out. It's the publisher, seeing the sales numbers climb through the 3rd and 4th issues, allegedly went out to a newsstand himself and asked the boy who was buying a copy why he wanted it. A kid told him he was there for the one with Superman in it. Some versions have the publisher conducting an informal survey. Others have a distributor calling in with the same news. What is documented is that by the summer of 1938, the company had run a reader survey and discovered that Superman was driving the entire book. The reaction was immediate and total. Superman went back on the cover and stayed there. By 1939, he had a newspaper strip, the very thing Jerry and Joe had spent 5 years failing to sell. Now, syndicated to hundreds of papers and reaching millions of readers a day. In the summer of 1939, he got his own comic book, simply titled Superman, which made him the first character in history to headline a solo superhero title. In 1940, he got a radio program, The Adventures of Superman, 3 times a week. By 1941, the Fleischer Brothers, the greatest animation studio in America outside of Disney, were producing lavish theatrical Superman shorts at a budget per cartoon that has been reported at up to $100,000 in 1940s money, several times what a typical cartoon cost, an astonishing figure. Within roughly 3 years, a character who had been rejected by every syndicate in America was one of the most recognizable figures in the country, and the imitators came immediately. This is the part of the story that reshaped an entire industry. Every publisher in the business looked at those sales figures and reverse engineered the formula. Costume, powers, secret identity, code name, symbol. Batman arrived in Detective Comics in May of 1939, less than a year later, at the same company. Captain Marvel, the Human Torch, the Submariner, Wonder Woman, the Flash, Green Lantern, Captain America. Within 4 years, there were hundreds of costumed heroes on American newsstands, and every one of them was standing in a doorway that Action Comics #1 had kicked open. The superhero, as a genre, did not exist before that comic. There were pulp adventurers, masked Avengers, strongman, and science fiction heroes. There were pieces lying around everywhere, but the specific combination that we now recognize instantly. The dual identity, plus the costume, plus the powers, plus the moral code, plus the symbol on the chest, spit that assembled itself for the first time in 13 cut tan pasted pages that 2 young men were paid $130 to produce. Which brings us to the coda, and it is the one that stings. Those original 200,000 copies were printed on the cheapest possible newsprint. They were meant to be disposable, like a newspaper, killed and read them, traded them, folded them into back pockets, and eventually threw them away, or lost them, or had their mothers throw them out. During the Second World War, enormous quantities of comic books were collected in paper drives and pulped for the war effort. The survival rate was catastrophic. Today, the number of surviving copies of Action Comics #1 in any condition is estimated at somewhere around 100. And the number in genuinely high grade is a small handful. In 1938, it cost 10 cents. In 2014, a near-mint copy sold on an online auction for just over $3,200,000. In 2022, a copy sold for $3,400,000. It is, by consensus, the most valuable comic book in the world, and by some measures, the most valuable single piece of printed pop culture ephemera that exists. And Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster received $130 total and no ownership forever. I want to leave you with one specific image before we move on, because I think it is the most haunting one in this whole history. Somewhere in the world, right now, in a landfill or a demolished building or a pulp mill's records from 1943, there are the remains of tens of thousands of copies of that comic. They were thrown away because they were worthless. They were worthless because they were made for children. And nobody in 1938 believed that anything made for children could matter. Everything matters, just do not always find out in time. Rest there for a minute. A wooden newsstand on a wet corner. A stack of 10-cent books, Man on a cover doing something impossible, and a kid reaching past 3 other magazines to get to him. The years between 1938 and roughly 1956 are called the Golden Age of comic books, and Superman is the reason the era has a name at all, It begins with him, and it is defined by him, And the whole shape of that period is the shape of an industry running as fast as it can behind one enormous idea. The first thing to understand about the Golden Age is the sheer volume. By the early 1940s, comic books were not a niche product. They were one of the largest publishing categories in the United States by unit sales. Estimates from the peak years put monthly circulation across all titles in the tens of millions of copies. Surveys of American servicemen during the Second World War found that comics were among the most read material on basis, outselling mainstream magazines at post exchanges by wide margins. This was not a children's medium in the way we retroactively imagined. It was a mass medium, read by children and teenagers and enormous numbers of young adults, and it was cheap enough that almost anyone could participate. Superman sat at the top of that mountain, and during these years, he began to acquire the things we now think of as permanent. Flight, for instance, arrived by accident, and the reason is one of the best small facts in the history of the character. On the radio program, and then in the Fleischer animated shorts. The animators and sound designers found that a leaping man was awkward. Leaping requires a crouch, a launch, an arc, and a landing, and it looks clumsy, and it takes time. So the Fleischer studio asked the publisher for permission to simply let him fly, because the smooth, horizontal glide was easier to animate beautifully, and on the radio, a rising whoosh sounded better than whatever noise a 200-pound man makes when he lands on a roof. The comics adopted it shortly afterward. One of the most iconic abilities in the history of fiction exists because of an animation workflow problem. The famous phrase came from the same place. The radio program opened with an announcer describing a strange visitor from another planet who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men, faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. And that announcer, over the run of the show, described his mission as a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. The American way portion was added during the war years and became permanent afterward, though it drifted in and out of use over the following decades depending on the political temperature of the moment. Kryptonite came from the radio show too, or at least the idea did. The commonly repeated explanation is that the producers needed something that could incapacitate Superman so that the actor voicing him, Bud Collyer, could take a vacation, leaving a substitute to groan in a cave for a week. Whether that is precisely how it happened, or whether it was simply a storytelling need for a vulnerability. The radio program had a version of the substance in 1943, and it migrated into the comics a few years later, where it became the single most important limitation in the character's history. Then came the war, and Superman went to it, and the way he went is genuinely interesting. You would expect Superman to be shown winning the Second World War. He had already, in that Look magazine feature in 1940, dragged Hitler and Stalin to Geneva. But once America actually entered the conflict in December of 1941, the writers faced a serious problem. Superman ended the war in the comics, it would be grotesque. Real men were dying in real numbers. Depicting a fantasy resolution while families were receiving telegrams would have been unbearable. So they came up with a solution that is one of the most elegant pieces of writing in the character's history. In a 1942 story, Clark Kent goes to enlist. He wants to serve, and during the physical examination, he is asked to read an eye chart. He looks at it, and his X-ray vision slips, and he reads the chart in the next room instead. He fails the eye exam. Clark Kent is classified as unfit for service, and Superman stays on the home front. That single gag accomplished several things at once. It kept Superman out of the war without making him a coward. It made him a figure of humility rather than triumph. And it quietly reframed the entire home front as a place where the fight mattered. Superman spent the war years dealing with saboteurs, spies, war profiteers, and morale, rather than storming beaches. It's the men actually storming the beaches got to keep that for themselves. Comics during those years were saturated with the war effort, and not by accident. The United States government established a body called the Writers' War Board, which coordinated with publishers to shape popular fiction toward wartime messaging. Covers featured heroes selling war bonds, urging scrap drives, encouraging enlistment. Superman appeared on covers, holding Bond posters and standing with soldiers, sailors, and Marines. Much of this material has aged extremely poorly in its depiction of enemy nations, and it is worth saying plainly that wartime propaganda comics, including Superman comics, contain racial caricature that is ugly to look at now and was ugly then. Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain, the two men who had built it were being crushed underneath. Here is the arithmetic. Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster had signed away the character for $130 in 1938. In the years afterward, they were employed to keep producing him, and they were paid well by the standards of comic book work. At a page rate that has been reported around $10 per page initially and rising over time, out of which they had to pay a whole studio of assistants they had hired to keep up with the demand. At the peak, the Superman studio in Cleveland employed a substantial staff of artists, letterers, and inkers working under Shuster's direction, in part because Joe's eyesight was failing badly. Their income was real, but it was a fraction of a fraction. Superman merchandise alone was generating enormous revenue by the early 1940s, and none of it flowed to them. The newspaper strip, the radio show, the cartoons, the toys, the bread, advertisements, the costumes. Jerry was drafted in 1943 and served in the Army until 1946, spending much of it in Hawaii, writing for the military newspaper Stars and Stripes. While he was away, the company introduced Superboy, a feature about Superman as a boy in Smallville. Jerry had submitted a proposal for exactly that concept years earlier and had been turned down. Now it existed without him, and he found out about it while in uniform overseas. That was the break. In 1947, Siegel and Shuster sued, arguing that they were entitled to the rights to Superboy and to a reconsideration of the original Superman agreement. The litigation ran into 1948. The outcome was a settlement in which they received a payment reported at around $94,000, split between them and their lawyers in exchange for relinquishing any remaining claim, including to Superboy, and they were fired. Their names were removed from the comics. The credit line that had read Siegel and Shuster simply stopped appearing, and it would not appear again for almost 30 years. What followed is one of the saddest arcs in American creative history. Joe Shuster's eyesight deteriorated to the point where he could barely work at all. He drifted through freelance jobs, some of it anonymous work for low-end publishers. And at various points, he lived in genuine poverty in New York. At one stage, reportedly working as a delivery man in the same city where his creation was on billboards. Jerry Siegel worked intermittently in comics under other names and at other companies, including a stretch back at the same publisher in the late 1950s and 1960s, where he wrote Superman stories for a character he no longer owned and could not be credited for. He also worked as a mail clerk and a typist. In 1975, he was living in California in modest circumstances, and Joe was nearly blind and being supported by his brother. Hold that image against the other one. 1941. A packed movie theater. The Fleischer cartoon comes on before the feature. The orchestra swells, and a man in a red cape rises off a rooftop in the most beautiful animation anyone in that room has ever seen. And 1,000 people gasp at once, and the two men who dreamed him up are somewhere off screen, watching the thing they made fly away from them forever. We will come back to them. There's one more chapter in their story, and it happens in 1975, and it is the closest thing this history has to justice. For now, let it rest. The war ends. The heroes start to fade from the ranks, and a farm in Kansas is waiting for us. Now we leave the real world for a while and go somewhere that never existed, which is a strange thing to say about a place that has been described in more detail than most actual countries. Krypton did not have a name in Action Comics #1. The caption on that first page called it simply a distant planet that was destroyed by old age, which is a wonderfully vague phrase that suggests the writers had not thought about it very hard and did not expect anyone to ask. The name arrived in the summer of 1939 in Superman #1, and it was taken from the chemical element Krypton, one of the noble gases, discovered in 1898 and named from the Greek word kryptos, meaning hidden, a hidden world. That was probably just a nice science-sounding word to Jerry Siegel, but it turned out to be the correct name because Krypton's entire narrative function is to be the thing that is gone, the hidden place, the room you can never go back into. Over the following 80-odd years, writers built that vague, distant planet into one of the most elaborately imagined fictional civilizations in popular literature. And because the character has been rebooted several times, there is no single canonical Krypton. There are several, and they contradict each other, and the contradictions are actually where the interesting part lives. So let me walk you through the shape of it, and I will tell you where the versions diverge. Krypton orbited a red star, usually called Rho, which in most versions is also the name of the principal Kryptonian deity. This detail is doing enormous quiet work in the mythology. Kryptonians under a red sun are ordinary. They have no powers at all. They are simply people, tall and long-lived and technologically brilliant, but people. It is only under a younger, hotter yellow star like our own sun that Kryptonian cells become supercharged, absorbing and storing solar radiation and converting it into the abilities we associate with Superman. This is the single most important piece of Kryptonian science fiction because it means Superman's power is not his birthright. It is an accident of geography. On his own world, he would have been a man. Here, he is a god. He did not earn that, and he did not ask for it, and every serious Superman story eventually circles back to that fact. The planet was, in nearly every version, staggeringly advanced. Kryptonian technology in the comics has included faster than light travel, matter manipulation, artificial intelligence, extreme genetic engineering, weather control, and the ability to store an entire biosphere in a crystal. Their architecture is usually rendered as crystalline or curvilinear, spires and domes and translucent towers, a world that looks like it was grown rather than built. Their medicine had effectively eliminated most disease. In many versions, their lifespans stretched far past a human century, and the standard depiction is that all of this had made them cold. This is the great thematic engine of Krypton, and different eras have tilted it in different directions. The Silver Age Krypton was warm and wondrous, a lost utopia, a paradise Superman mourned. When John Byrne rebooted the character in 1986, he made Krypton sterile and emotionally frozen, a society where children were gestated in birthing matrices rather than born, where physical contact between adults had become taboo, where a person's caste and profession were determined at conception by a genetic guild. In that version, Krypton is not a paradise Superman lost. It is a dead end. He escaped, and his humanity is a gift Earth gave him rather than something he brought with him. Both readings are powerful, and they produce completely different characters. And the modern version of Superman usually sits somewhere between them. It's holding both a genuine grief for a home he never knew and a quiet recognition that he would not have wanted to live there. The cities. There were several, and a few of them matter enormously. Kryptonopolis, in most versions, is the capital, and it is where Superman is born. Argo City is the home of the branch of the family that produces Kara Zor-El, Supergirl. And in the classic version, Argo City survives the planet's destruction as a fragment hurled intact into space, sustained under a dome, which is how Kara can arrive on Earth years later as a teenager rather than an infant. And then there is Kandor, which is the strangest and most beautiful idea in the whole Kryptonian mythos. Kandor was a Kryptonian city that was stolen before the planet died. The alien collector Brainiac arrived, selected the city, shrank it to the size of a model on a table, sealed it in a glass bottle, and took it with him. Everyone inside remained alive, going about their business. An entire population of hundreds of thousands living at microscopic scale inside a jar. Superman eventually recovers the bottle and keeps it in his Fortress of Solitude. Sit with that for a second, because it is one of the most quietly devastating images in comics. Superman is the last son of a destroyed world, and on a shelf in his home there is a bottle containing several 100,000 of his own people, alive, breathing, having children, aging. All of them close enough to touch and completely unreachable. He can look at his own civilization through curved glass. He cannot enter it. He cannot enlarge it without killing them, at least not for most of the characters' history. 4 decades of stories, that bottle sat there as a permanent monument to everything he lost in his living room. Now, the family. Jor-El, Superman's father, is Krypton's foremost scientist. Depending on the era, he is an astrophysicist, a geologist, a member of the Science Council, or a somewhat disreputable outsider. Lara Lorvin, his wife, is variously a scientist, an astronaut, or a member of the space program. In the earliest versions, she is a fairly thin character. Later writers gave her considerably more agency, and in some modern tellings, she is the one who insists on the plan. Jor-El discovers that Krypton is dying. The mechanism varies. In some versions, it is a chain reaction in the planet's uranium core. In others, it is instability caused by centuries of energy extraction, which makes it an ecological parable. In others, it is simply geological, an ancient world coming to the end of its natural life. What almost never varies is what happens when he tells anyone. He goes to the Science Council, he presents his evidence, and they refuse to believe him. This scene is present in the very earliest versions of the origin, and it has appeared in essentially every retelling since, across comics, television, radio, and film. The elders sit in a chamber and deliberate. They questioned his data. They point out the panic that an announcement would cause. They accuse him of alarmism, or of seeking attention, or of failing to account for factors they do not name. Some versions have them forbid him from leaving the planet or from speaking publicly, and then the planet kills them all. There is a reading of this scene offered by more than one scholar that connects it to the Jewish communal councils in European towns in the years before the Holocaust. The leadership bodies that in many places counseled patience and cooperation and continuity in the face of gathering catastrophe, and whose caution is one of the most painful subjects in the historiography of that period. Whether or not Jerry Siegel intended anything of the kind in 1938, the scene has that shape, and later writers have leaned into it. It is also, of course, the oldest story in the world about warnings. Sandra told Troy. Noah built the boat while people laughed. The scientist has the data, and the institution has the meeting. Jor-El refused, does the only thing left. He cannot save his world, and he cannot save himself. He builds one small ship. In most versions, it is a prototype, an experimental craft, and in nearly all of them, it is only large enough for one, and in many of them, Lara chooses to stay with her husband rather than take the seat. They place their infant son inside. They aim it at a distant yellow star around which they know there is a habitable world, because Jor-El has studied Earth and knows their child will be strong there. And then the planet dies. The destruction of Krypton is one of the great images of 20th century popular art. A world coming apart. Continents lifting, the crystal cities shattering, the atmosphere boiling off, and a small point of light threading out through the debris. Billions of people, the entire civilization, its libraries, and its music, and its languages, and every person who ever loved anyone there, ended in a matter of minutes. And the debris did not simply disperse. Fragments of the planet, irradiated by the explosion and transmuted into something new, were flung across space, and over the following years, many of them drifted into the same region as the ship, following the same trajectory. Those fragments are kryptonite. I want to make sure the horror of this is clear, because familiarity has worn it smooth. Kryptonite is not a mineral that happens to be dangerous. Kryptonite is Superman's home planet. It is the physical remains of his world and his people. Every glowing green rock a criminal points at him is a piece of the place he came from, and it is trying to kill him. His own history, radioactive, hunting him across the galaxy. There is no better metaphor for the way the past pursues a person than that, and it was invented for a radio serial so that a voice actor could take a week off. The rocket travels for a long time. The child sleeps. And in nearly every version, Jor-El programs the ship with a fragment of himself. A recording, or an artificial intelligence, or a stored consciousness. So that one day, his son can stand in an empty white room somewhere on a distant world and hear his father's voice explain who he is and where he came from. That is the last act of a dying man. Not a weapon, not a warning, a message. He knew his son would grow up among strangers, and he wanted him to be able to hear, at least once, someone who knew his real name. Let me leave you inside that ship for a moment. It's very quiet in there. The child is asleep and does not know that anything has happened. Outside, the light of a red sun is falling away behind him, and ahead there is a yellow one getting slowly brighter. Year by year, and everything he will ever be is waiting on the other side of that light. He does not know he is the last of anything. He will not know for a long time. Sleep well. We are going to land soon. The ship comes down in a field in Kansas, not in a city, not in a laboratory or a government facility, or the hands of a scientist who would have understood what he was looking at. In a field, in farm country, in the middle of a continent, in front of two people who had no idea what they were seeing, and who made a decision in about 4 seconds that reshaped the moral architecture of the 20th century. Jonathan and Martha Kent are, I would argue, the most important supporting characters in the entire genre, and the least discussed. Everyone talks about Jor-El. Jor-El gets Marlon Brando. Jor-El gets the Cathedral of Ice and the voice from the sky. But Jor-El gave his son power, and to Kent gave him everything else. The specifics of the discovery have shifted across versions. In the earliest telling, the infant is found by a passing motorist and turned over to an orphanage. The Kents adopt him from there. Very quickly, the story simplified into the version everyone knows, where the childless couple witness the landing themselves. Take the baby home and pass him off as their own, sometimes with a hastily arranged story about a relative, sometimes with the frankly not very well explored logistics of a rural community that just accepts the sudden appearance of an infant. They named him Clark, which was Martha's maiden name in most versions. A small detail I love because it means his human name is his mother's name. Now, Smallville itself. Smallville is a fictional town, and in various eras it has been placed in Kansas most commonly. Though early stories were vague, and some versions have suggested other states, its function is not geographic, it is symbolic. Smallville is the American heartland as an idea. Wheat fields and grain elevators and a water tower with a town name on it. A main street with a diner and a hardware store. A high school where everyone knows everyone. A church steeple, long, flat horizons and enormous skies, and whether you can watch arriving from 20 miles away. It is an idealization, obviously. Towns in the American Midwest in the 1930s and 40s were places of considerable hardship, and the Kents are usually depicted as struggling financially, which is the one note of realism that the mythology has consistently preserved. The farm is never prosperous. Money is always a little tight. In many versions, the threat of losing the farm is a live one, but the idealization is doing important work because Smallville is the answer to the most dangerous question in the Superman mythos. Here is the question. Why is he good? Think about it seriously for a moment. Key being arrives on this planet who cannot be hurt by anything we possess. He can move faster than we can perceive. He can hear a conversation from a mile away. He can lift objects that our largest machines cannot move. He is, functionally, unaccountable. No law can reach him. No prison can hold him. No army can stop him. A single incentive structure that shapes human behavior. Every consequence, every deterrent, simply does not apply to him. So, why does he catch the falling person instead of ruling us? The answer is not his powers, and it is not Krypton, and it is not some innate alien nobility. The answer is that two people in Kansas raised him right. That is the whole thing. That is the load-bearing wall of the entire character. Superman is good because a farmer and his wife taught a boy to be decent before he was strong enough for it to matter. And by the time he was strong enough, the lesson had already set. Jonathan Kent is usually written as a man of few words and firm principles, whose moral instruction happens in the course of ordinary work rather than in speeches. In the best versions of the character, the teaching is almost never explicit. It is a boy watching his father help a neighbor who cannot pay. It is being told that the fact that you can do something is not a reason to do it. In several tellings, there is a foundational conversation in which Jonathan tells Clark that he must never use his abilities to make himself powerful or wealthy, and that the reason he was given them is not something anyone can tell him. It is something he has to decide. Martha Kent, in the older versions, is a warmer and gentler presence, and in more recent decades, writers have given her considerably more weight, often making her the one with the sharper insight into who Clark actually is and what he needs. She is also, in most versions, the one who makes the suit. That detail has persisted across nearly every adaptation for a reason. The most famous costume in the world was sewn on a kitchen table by a woman who wanted her son to be safe. The powers arrive slowly over years. And this is the part of the mythology that television has explored better than any other medium. Because think about what a childhood like that would actually be. You are 4 years old and you break your crib. You are 6 and you hug your mother too hard. You are 8 and you are the strongest thing in the county and nobody can know. You are 11 and you can suddenly hear every conversation in a 3-mile radius simultaneously. Every argument, every crying baby, every dog, all at once, with no way to turn it off, and you have to learn to filter it or go insane. You are 13 and heat vision arrives unannounced during an ordinary school day. You are 15 and you cannot play football, not because you are bad at it, but because you would kill someone, and you cannot explain why you will not go out for the team. Every version of this story that takes it seriously arrives at the same emotional conclusion. Growing up with those abilities in a small town is not empowering. It is isolating. It is a childhood spent holding back constantly in every physical interaction, with the knowledge that a single unguarded second could cause a catastrophe you can never undo. He is not lonely because he is an alien. He is lonely because he can never fully relax around anyone he loves. That is the actual origin of the Clark Kent persona, by the way, and it is much sadder than the glasses joke suggests. The stooping, the fumbling, the deliberate ordinariness, the choice to be unremarkable, all of it starts as a survival strategy in a small town where being noticed is dangerous. The television series Smallville, which ran for 10 seasons from 2001 to 2011 with Tom Welling as Clark, built its entire premise on this. The show's famous rule was no flights, no tights, meaning it would follow Clark through his adolescence and young adulthood without ever putting him in the costume. And it largely held to that for a full decade. It was a coming-of-age story about a boy learning what he is and what he owes the world, and it introduced a whole generation to the character through the lens of the farm rather than the cape. And in the second season, in an episode called Rosetta, that show did something that belongs in this history permanently. They cast Christopher Reeve. Reeve had played Superman in 4 films between 1978 and 1987 and had, for most of the public, simply become the character. In 1995, he was thrown from a horse during a competition and suffered a cervical spinal injury that left him paralyzed from the neck down and dependent on a ventilator. In the years afterward, he became one of the most visible advocates for spinal cord research in the world. And he continued to act and direct. In Rosetta, he played Dr. Virgil Swan, a scientist who has decoded the signal from a dead world and who tells a teenage Clark Kent his real name for the first time, Kal-El. The first time in that boy's life anyone has said it out loud. Swan tells him where he came from, that his world is gone, and that whatever destiny anyone might assign him, he should write his own. The scene was scored deliberately with the John Williams theme from the 1978 film. It is one Superman telling another Superman who he is, using the music from the first one's movie, in a wheelchair, on a ventilator, with fewer than 2 years left to live. Reeve returned once more the following season in an episode called Legacy. In those 2 appearances were the final acting credits of his career. He died in October of 2004 at the age of 52. The series later wrote Swan's death into the story. Tom Welling has said in interviews since that he walked away from those days on set wanting to be a better person, and that Reeve did not want to leave when the shooting was finished. I want to end this chapter on the farm though, and not in a hospital. Picture a Kansas evening in late summer. The light goes long and gold across the wheat about an hour before sunset, and everything turns the color of a photograph. There is a red barn and a white house and a gravel drive with a mailbox at the end of it. A boy is standing in the yard, and he is maybe 16, and he has just discovered he can leave the ground. He does not go far. He goes up about 10 feet and hangs there, terrified, and then comes down hard and lands badly and laughs. Inside the house, a woman is washing dishes at the sink and watching him through the window over the basin. And she is not surprised, because she has known since the day she found him that this was coming. And she is not afraid either, which is the remarkable part. She is just watching her son the way any mother watches her son in a yard at dusk and thinking about what she is going to feed him for dinner. That is the whole secret, right there in that kitchen window. The most powerful being on the planet, and someone is making him supper. Rest now. We are going to the city next, and the city is loud. Every hero needs a place to stand, and the place tells you what the hero is for. Gotham City is a warning. It is gothic and vertical and permanently 3 in the morning. A city of alleys and gargoyles and rain, designed from the ground up to be a place where a frightened man in a bat costume makes sense. Gotham is what a city becomes when institutions fail. Batman is the symptom. Metropolis is the opposite. Metropolis is a promise. The city was described in the earliest comics only in the vaguest terms and evolved over the following decades into something specific and deliberate. It is a coastal American city, usually placed on the eastern seaboard, most often positioned in Delaware in modern continuity, which is a wonderfully deflating detail for a place that looks like the capital of the future. It is bright. It is clean. Its architecture in the classic renderings is a fantasy of Art Deco and modernism. Setbacks and spires and glass, wide boulevards, elevated trains, monorails in some versions, and the skyline arranged so that you can always see the top of the Daily Planet building. The name is not accidental either. Metropolis was the title of Fritz Lang's 1927 film. It's one of the most visually influential science fiction works ever made. It's a towering vision of a future city of impossible verticality. The word itself simply means mother city in Greek. Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster were science fiction kids who would absolutely have known the Lang film, and they took the name for a city that represents the future arriving on schedule. Here is the thematic point, and it is important. Metropolis is not a city that needs saving from itself. It is a city worth saving. It is the American 20th century as it advertised itself, the World's Fair version, tomorrow's city today. It is a place where the elevators work and the lights stay on and the newspaper prints the truth. And Superman is not its correction. He is its confirmation. He is the proof that the promise is real, that a place can be good, that the future can arrive without being a catastrophe, which is exactly why villains keep attacking it. Every threat to Metropolis is a threat to the idea that things can work. Now, Let us go inside the building with the globe on it. Clark Kent becomes a reporter. In the first stories, he works for the Daily Star under editor George Taylor. The name changed to the Daily Planet around 1940, partly to avoid confusion with real newspapers, and Perry White arrived as editor around the same time, coming over from the radio program. The choice of profession is not arbitrary, and it is not just a convenient way to have him near breaking news, though it certainly is that. A reporter's entire job is to find out what is actually happening and tell people about it. He is a man with X-ray vision who has chosen as his day job to look into things. His superpower and his profession are the same verb. There is also something quietly beautiful in the fact that a being who could impose any outcome he wanted has taken a job whose only tool is information. Superman could end corruption in Metropolis by grabbing corrupt officials and shaking them until they confess. And in 1938, he sometimes did exactly that. The mature version of the character does something better. He writes it up. He puts it in the paper. He lets the city fix itself, because a city that has to be fixed by a strong man is not actually fixed. The Daily Planet is, in this sense, a temple. It is the institution that does the work Superman cannot do with his hands. And the fact that Clark Kent chooses to spend 8 hours a day in it, doing unglamorous work, chasing sources and filing on deadline, tells you more about him than any fight scene ever has. Now, the people in that building. Lois Lane appeared in Action Comics #1. She is not a later addition or a love interest bolted on afterward. She was there on the first page of the first story, and she was already, in 1938, working professional woman with more courage than sense, which for a female character in a 1930s adventure comic was genuinely notable. The essential Lois is a reporter who is better at the job than almost anyone and who is constitutionally incapable of leaving a dangerous story alone. She goes into the building that is on fire. She gets on the plane. She follows the lead into the warehouse at night. She is not a damsel who happens to get captured. She is an investigative journalist whose method involves walking directly into things, and that getting captured is an occupational hazard of being genuinely fearless. Later writers, particularly from the 1970s onward, sharpened this considerably, and the modern Lois is usually depicted as a Pulitzer-caliber journalist who is, if anything, more professionally accomplished than Clark. The romantic triangle at the center of the mythology is one of the strangest and most enduring devices in fiction, and it deserves to be examined rather than accepted. Lois loves Superman. Lois has no interest in Clark. Clark loves Lois, and Clark is Superman, which means that for decades of stories, some man was in the agonizing position of being romantically rejected by the woman he loved in favor of himself. That is a genuinely bizarre engine, and it works because it is about something true. Everyone has had the experience of wanting to be loved for what they are underneath, rather than for the version of themselves that performs well in public. Clark's problem is that Lois is in love with his resume. She loves the cape and the rescue and the impossible competence, and she walks past the actual person every single day at work without a second glance. He cannot win her as Superman because she does not know him, and he cannot win her as Clark because Clark is deliberately unremarkable. The relationship changed permanently in the modern era. Lois learned Clark's secret in 1991, in a story where he simply tells her, because the writers had reached the correct conclusion that a decades-long deception was not romantic, it was corrosive. They were married in 1996, in a story timed to coincide with the wedding on the television series Lois and Clark. Since then, across most continuities, the marriage has been treated as central rather than as a complication to be undone, and in current continuity, they have a son, Jonathan, named after Clark's adoptive father. Jimmy Olsen came from the radio show. The comics needed a young character Superman could plausibly explain things to, and the radio program needed someone for the hero to talk to out loud, because radio characters cannot think silently. Jimmy became the cub reporter and photographer, the audience surrogate, the ordinary kid in the extraordinary building. Okay? He is often played for comedy, and he has a famous signal watch that emits an ultrasonic tone Superman can hear anywhere, which is a lovely idea. A friend who can call you from any distance. Perry White is the editor, gruff, ethical, and completely indifferent to celebrity, including Superman's. Perry's function in the mythology is to be the one authority figure in Clark's adult life. A man who yells at him about deadlines without any awareness that he is yelling at the most powerful being on the planet. There is a warmth under it. Perry is essentially a second father, one who cares about the work. And then there is Lex Luthor, and he requires the rest of this chapter. Luthor first appeared in Action Comics number 23 in 1940, and he did not start as the character we know. He was originally a red-haired mad scientist in a lab coat, one more pulp villain among many. The bald look, according to a widely repeated account, came from an art error in a newspaper strip where an assistant drew him as a different bald character. Kay and the company decided they liked the bald version better and kept it. One of the most iconic villain designs in history may exist because somebody drew the wrong guy. For decades, he was a mad scientist. He built ray guns and battlesuits and giant robots and went to prison and escaped. Fine, functional, unremarkable. Then in 1986, John Byrne rebooted the character, and Lex Luthor became something far more dangerous and far more modern. He stopped being a scientist in a cave and became a billionaire, the chief executive of LexCorp, the most powerful corporation in Metropolis, a man who effectively owns the city, who is celebrated, philanthropic, publicly beloved, and utterly untouchable. In this version, everyone knows Luthor is dangerous and nobody can prove anything, and he has more lawyers than Superman has powers. That version stuck because it is correct, and here's why. Superman's real opposite is not someone strong. Doomsday is stronger, and Doomsday is boring after 20 pages because a hurricane is not a character. Superman's real opposite is a human being with no powers at all who has decided that Superman must not be allowed to exist. And Luthor's reasoning is the part people get wrong. He is not jealous, or not only. His actual argument, in the versions where he is written well, is this. Humanity was climbing, slowly, painfully, over thousands of years. We were solving our own problems. We built the wheel, and the aqueduct, and the vaccine, and the rocket, and every single one of those was earned. And then a man fell out of the sky who can do all of it effortlessly, and in that moment, we stopped being the protagonists of our own story. Why would anyone strive? Why would anyone build? Why would any child grow up wanting to be an engineer or a doctor when there's a God in the sky who'll simply catch the plane? Luthor believes Superman is a narcotic. He believes that being saved is the worst thing that can happen to a species, and he believes that he, Lex Luthor, is the proof of what an unaided human being can accomplish, okay? And that his entire life's work is rendered meaningless by a man who did nothing to deserve his abilities except be born somewhere else. Okay. The horrible part is that he is not entirely wrong. There is a real argument in there, and the best Superman stories know it and take it seriously, rather than dismissing it. The reason it is still villainy, and the reason Luthor is a monster rather than a philosopher, is that he does not actually care about humanity. He cares about being the most important man alive. Every version of the character who tries to argue for humanity's dignity is also willing to let 100 people die to make a point, and every version of him will, when tested, reveal that if a way to save the world required him to let Superman get the credit, he would let the world burn. That is the tell. That is how you know. There is a story where Superman looks at him and says, essentially, that if Luthor had ever once used his intellect to help someone instead of to win, he could have cured cancer years ago. And Luthor has no answer, because it is true, and because curing cancer was never the point. So the city holds all of it, a newspaper building with a globe on the roof. where a woman who is not afraid of anything writes the truth for a living, and a kid with a camera runs the elevator, and an editor shouts about the front page, and downstairs, a man in glasses makes himself small. And 40 blocks away, in the highest office in the tallest tower, a bald man in a very good suit looks out the window at the sky and waits. Aletta, get quiet. Aletta, the city is still down there, and the lights are still on. Something happened to superheroes after the war, and it nearly killed them. By 1947 and 48, sales were sliding badly. The war had ended, and the appetite for patriotic costumed adventure went with it. Readers moved on to other genres, and publishers followed the money into crime comics, horror comics, romance comics, westerns, and jungle adventure. Titles that had launched with fanfare in 1941 were quietly canceled. By the early 1950s, the superhero as a category had shrunk almost to nothing. At DC, the reduction was severe. By around 1951, the company was down to essentially 3 surviving superhero properties with continuous publication: Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. Everyone else was gone or dormant. Over at Fawcett, Captain Marvel, who had at points outsold Superman's publication in 1953 following a long copyright lawsuit brought by DC. And then came the moral panic, which is a genuinely strange chapter of American cultural history and worth understanding because it shaped everything that followed. In 1954, a psychiatrist named Frederick Wortham published a book called Seduction of the Innocent, arguing that comic books were a primary cause of juvenile delinquency. The book was enormously influential. It fed directly into United States Senate subcommittee hearings on juvenile delinquency that same year, which put comic book publishers in front of cameras to answer for their content. Public burnings of comic books were organized in some communities. The industry, facing the possibility of government regulation, did what industries do and regulated itself first. The result was the Comics Code Authority, established in 1954. And the Comics Code was extraordinarily restrictive. Crime could never be presented sympathetically. Authority figures could never be portrayed disrespectfully. Good must always triumph. The words horror and terror could not appear in the title. Vampires, werewolves, and zombies were banned outright. Excessive violence, gore, and anything suggestive was prohibited. Comics without the code seal were, in practice, unsellable because distributors would not carry them. The horror and crime genres were essentially destroyed overnight, and into that vacuum, the superheroes came back. The revival is conventionally dated to 1956, when DC introduced a new version of The Flash in Showcase number 4. And that date marks the beginning of what fans later named the Silver Age. The reception was strong enough that the company began revising and relaunching its old properties, and within a few years, the superhero was the dominant genre again. For Superman, the Silver Age is the strangest and, depending on your taste, either the most delightful or the most ridiculous era in its history. It was largely presided over by editor Mort Weisinger, who ran the Superman titles from the late 1940s into the 1970s, and who is remembered as a brilliant and utterly tyrannical figure who terrorized his writers, and who also, more or less, invented the concept of a shared fictional universe with a deep internal mythology. Here's what happened to Superman under Weisinger. First, the powers went vertical. The 1938 Superman could leap an eighth of a mile and lift a car. The 1960 Superman could move planets. He could fly faster than light and travel through time by doing so. He could survive at the center of a star. He could hear a whisper across a solar system. There are stories in which his breath extinguishes a burning world, and stories in which he juggles asteroids. At the outer edge of the era, it was seriously suggested that a sneeze could damage a solar system, which is the sort of detail that tells you the writers had completely abandoned any interest in physical plausibility and were having a wonderful time. Second, the mythology exploded outward. Weisinger's Superman office generated an enormous supporting apparatus, and much of it is still standing. Supergirl arrived in 1959. Kara Zor-El, Superman's cousin, from Argo City, which had survived Krypton's destruction as a sealed fragment. Ski lands on Earth as a teenager, which immediately gave the mythology something it desperately needed. Which is another Kryptonian who remembers Krypton. Superman's grief is abstract because he never knew the place. Kara's grief is specific. She lost her actual parents and her actual home and her actual friends, and she remembers all of them. She is, in a real sense, the more tragic character. Krypto, the superdog, arrived in 1955, a Kryptonian dog sent up in a test rocket ahead of Kal-El, who drifted for years before reaching Earth. There is something wonderful about the fact that one of the most cosmically powerful beings in fiction is a very good dog who is thrilled to see you. Then Streaky the supercat, Beppo the super monkey, Comet the super horse, all of them. There was a legion of super pets. I'm not making that up, and I would not deprive you of it. The Legion of Superheroes arrived in 1958. A team of superpowered teenagers from the 30th century who traveled back in time to recruit Superboy as a member. An idea so charming that it sustained its own franchise for the next 60 years. The Fortress of Solitude was developed into its full form. Secret citadel in the Arctic, accessible only by a golden key too heavy for any human to lift, containing a Kryptonian museum, a zoo of alien creatures, memorial statues, and the bottle city of Kandor. The Phantom Zone was introduced in 1961, a ghostly dimension outside normal space discovered by Jor-El and used by Krypton as a prison. Its inmates exist as disembodied wraiths, unable to age, unable to touch anything, able to observe the physical world without participating in it. It is genuinely one of the more terrifying punishments ever devised in popular fiction, an eternity of watching. It also gave the mythology its supply of surviving Kryptonian villains, most importantly, General Zod. Bizarro appeared in 1958, the imperfect duplicate of Superman created by a flawed duplication ray of chalk-white crystalline skin and inverted logic and speech. He came to inhabit Bizarro World, a cube-shaped planet where everything operates by opposite rules and where ugliness is beauty and failure is success. Bizarro is played for comedy, but there is real pathos in him. He is a broken copy who knows he is a broken copy and wants, more than anything, to be the real thing. Brainiac arrived in 1958, initially an alien android, later reconceived as a hyper-advanced artificial intelligence from the world of Kalu, who travels the galaxy shrinking and bottling cities from civilizations he is about to destroy, preserving knowledge while eliminating the messy people who generate it. He is the thief of candor. He is, thematically, pure intellect without any warmth at all, and he is the reason Superman has that bottle on his shelf, and kryptonite mutated into an entire color-coded taxonomy. Green weakens and eventually kills. Red causes bizarre and unpredictable temporary transformations, and no two pieces of red kryptonite have the same effect, which was an extraordinarily convenient plot device for a writer facing a deadline. Gold permanently removes Kryptonian powers. Blue affects Bizarros. White kills plant life. There were more. Dared. And most consequentially, the Silver Age gave us the multiverse. The problem was continuity. The Flash of 1956 was a different man with a different origin than the Flash of 1940. So which one was real? 1961, in a story called Flash of Two Worlds. DC gave the answer that would define superhero comics forever. Both the Golden Age heroes lived on a parallel Earth, designated Earth 2, and the modern heroes lived on Earth 1, and under the right circumstances, they could cross over and meet. This was applied to Superman as well. The Superman of the 1930s and 40s, Kal-El, became the Superman of Earth 2, an older man with a separate history who had married his world's Lois Lane. The Superman being published in the 1960s was Kal-El of Earth 1. Over time, the multiverse grew into dozens of designated worlds, and it eventually became so tangled that DC would have to blow the whole thing up. But that is 2 chapters away. Now, how do we feel about all this? The standard modern take is to be a bit embarrassed by the Silver Age. The stories are absurd. Superman spends entire issues playing elaborate, cruel pranks on Lois and Jimmy to teach them lessons. He is transformed into a lion, a giant ant, a baby, and a merman with distressing regularity. Lois spends years scheming to prove his identity and being humiliated for it. Much of it is, by any literary standard, deeply silly. But I would ask you to consider the alternative reading, which is that the Silver Age is the closest thing American culture has produced to a genuine folk mythology, and that its absurdity is a feature of that form rather than a failure of it. Greek mythology is also absurd. Zeus turns into a swan in a shower of gold. Heroes are swallowed and regurgitated. The rules change constantly. Nobody reads the story of Leda and the Swan for its psychological realism. Mythologies are generative rather than coherent. They accumulate. They contradict themselves and keep going. They produce endless variations because the audience wants more of the world, not more consistency in it. The Weisinger office was building a mythology in exactly that mode. A pantheon, a bestiary, an underworld, a lost paradise, a cursed relic, a shrunken city, a family of gods and their animals. And it worked so well that most of it is still standing 65 years later, having outlived every criticism ever made of it. There is one more thing worth noticing about this era, and it is the emotional undertow beneath all the silliness. The Silver Age Superman was the most powerful he has ever been, and he was also the loneliest. He had a fortress at the top of the world where nobody could reach him. He kept the last remnant of his species in a bottle he could not open. He built statues of his dead parents and stood in front of them. He had a dog, a cat, a horse, and a monkey, and he needed them because his actual peers were microscopic and behind glass. He could hear every cry for help on the entire planet, simultaneously, all the time, and he could not answer all of them. He could move a planet, and he could not go home. That is the Silver Age. Somewhere under all the rainbow kryptonite and the transformation rays, there is a man alone in an ice palace at the top of the world, looking into a bottle. Sleep now. It is very quiet up there. The 1960s ended, and America was a different country than it had been when the decade started. And comic books, which had spent 15 years in a bubble of code-approved innocence, could not pretend otherwise for much longer. The period from roughly 1970 to 1985 is called the Bronze Age. There is no single event that begins it, which is why the boundaries are fuzzy and argued about. The usual markers cited are a cluster of things happening at once around 1970 and 71. Jack Kirby left Marvel for DC, Green Lantern and Green. Arrow began a celebrated run in which the two heroes toured a fractured America, arguing about race, poverty, and drug addiction, opening with a scene in which an elderly black man asks Green Lantern why he has done so much for people on other planets and nothing for the people on his own street. The Comics Code was amended in 1971 to permit stories about drug abuse after Marvel published an anti-drug Spider-Man story without the seal and the sky did not fall. Gwen Stacy was killed in 1973, which broke an unwritten rule about who was permitted to die. The tonal shift was real. Comics started letting the world in. Superman's version of this shift came in 1971, when editor Julius Schwartz took over the main titles and immediately did something that had been unthinkable for 2 decades. He turned the power down. The story is called Kryptonite Nevermore, and it does 2 things. First, it removes kryptonite. It converts all the kryptonite on Earth to inert iron, eliminating in one stroke the crutch that a generation of writers had used to generate stakes. Second, and more importantly, it reduces Superman himself. A sand duplicate of Superman is created, and over the course of the story, it drains a substantial portion of his power. He comes out of it noticeably weaker, no longer able to casually move planets, brought down to a scale where a story could actually be about something other than finding a rock. Around the same time, Clark Kent left the Daily Planet's newsroom and became a television anchorman at WGBS, a station owned by media magnate Morgan Edge. That change did not last permanently, but it reflected something true about the 70s, which is that the cultural center of gravity had moved from print to broadcast. But the story that actually defines the Bronze Age Superman, and one of the 2 or 3 most important Superman stories ever written, came in 1972. It is called Must There Be a Superman, and it is a genuine philosophical crisis dropped into a monthly adventure comic. Here is the premise. The guardians of the universe, the ancient blue immortals who oversee the Green Lantern Corps, summon Superman and put a question to him. Tell him that by constantly solving humanity's problems, he may be preventing humanity from developing the capacity to solve its own. That his presence is a kind of arrested development. That every disaster he averts is a lesson a civilization did not learn. Superman is shaken by it, and the story then puts the argument into concrete terms. He intervenes in the situation of exploited migrant farm workers. And afterward, he watches the community's own emerging leader, a young man who had been organizing them and building real momentum, deflate. Because why organize? Why struggle? Why build a movement when Superman can simply show up and fix it in an afternoon? Superman's intervention did not empower those people, replace them. The story ends without resolving it, which is the correct choice. Superman decides that he will keep helping because people are suffering now, and abstractions about long-term development do not feed anyone tonight. But he's left with the knowledge that Luther's argument, which is the same argument the Guardians just made, has real weight in it. That single issue reframed the character permanently. Every serious Superman story written since has had to reckon with the question it raised. What does it mean to be helped by someone you can never repay and never equal? At what point does protection become dependence? Is there any version of a benevolent God that does not diminish the people beneath him? The Bronze Age also produced the first real attempt to reckon with the Siegel and Shuster situation, and this is the chapter of their story I promised you. By 1975, both men were in bad shape. Jerry Siegel was 60 years old and working as a clerk typist for a modest salary in California. Joe Shuster was nearly blind, living with his brother, and had, at various points in the preceding years, been genuinely destitute. Neither man received anything from the character they created, and neither man's name had appeared on a Superman comic in more than 25 years, and Warner Communications, which now owned DC, was about to spend an enormous amount of money making the first big-budget Superman film. Jerry Siegel, who had nothing left to lose, wrote a press release, was several pages long, furious, detailed, and he mailed it to every media outlet he could think of. He laid out the whole history, the $130, the lawsuit, the firing, the decades of poverty while the character generated fortunes. He put a curse on the film in print, saying he hoped it would fail. And then the comics community did something genuinely admirable. Artists and writers, led most visibly by Neil Adams and Jerry Robinson, took up the cause publicly. Adams, in particular, used every contact and every ounce of professional standing he had. And the National Cartoonists Society backed the campaign. The press picked it up. Newspapers and television carried the story of 2 elderly men in poverty, while a studio prepared a blockbuster about their creation. It became, quickly, a public relations disaster that Warner could not tolerate, and in December of 1975, the company settled. Kit, Siegel, and Shuster each received an annual stipend, initially reported at $20,000 per year, with medical benefits, and both men's families were provided for. Critically, they also got the credit line restored. From that point forward, Superman comics and films and television programs would carry the words created by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. It was not ownership, it was not a share of the revenue in any meaningful proportion to what the character had generated. It was, functionally, a pension and an acknowledgement, granted 40 years too late, extracted by public shaming. But it was something, and both men lived to see it. Joe Shuster died in 1992 at 78. Jerry Siegel died in 1996 at 81. The legal fights over the estate continued long after both of them were gone, running through the courts for decades, and I will not walk you through the litigation history because it is genuinely tedious and because it does not change the shape of the story. The shape of the story is that two boys invented the most famous fictional character of the 20th century, sold it for $130, and spent the rest of their lives trying to get their names back. Joanne Siegel, who had modeled for Lois Lane in a Cleveland living room in 1935 and who married Jerry in 1948, fought for that estate until her own death in 2011. She was in her 80s and still writing letters. Lois Lane, still working the story 60 years later. The Bronze Age closes out with a sense of a character who has been rebuilt on more human proportions and who is being asked harder questions than he was ever asked before. He is less powerful and more thoughtful. He is operating in a world that has stopped assuming institutions are trustworthy. And the industry around him is starting to reckon unevenly and belatedly with the people it built itself on. Something is coming, though. By 1985, the continuity has become an unmanageable tangle of parallel Earths, and DC is preparing to burn the entire structure to the ground. But before that, we need to talk about a man in a red cape standing on a rooftop in 1978. Because, for an enormous number of people, that man is not an actor playing Superman, He simply is Superman. And no one before or since has changed that. In 1974, a father and son production team, Alexander and Ilya Salkind, bought the film rights to Superman. What they proposed was, at the time, insane. Not a serial. Not a modest programmer. And it would be shot back to back with its own sequel, an approach almost nobody had attempted at that scale. They hired Mario Puzo, who had written The Godfather, to produce a screenplay and paid him a fortune for it. His draft was reportedly enormous and campy in places, with substantial uncredited work by Tom Mankiewicz, who is generally credited by people who were there with finding the film's tone. They cast Marlon Brando as Jor-El. Brando was paid something in the region of $3.7 million plus percentage for roughly 12 days of work and about 10 minutes of screen time. Glenn Ford played Jonathan Kent. Margot Kidder played Lois Lane. He refused to wear padding in the suit. Instead, he trained for months under David Prowse, the bodybuilder and actor who had physically played Darth Vader, and put on somewhere around 30 pounds of muscle. He built the body on camera, essentially, and the film's production schedule accommodated it. But the reason Reeve is still, nearly 50 years later, the definitive screen Superman has nothing to do with his physique. It is one specific acting decision, and it is the finest piece of work anyone has ever done with his character. Kay played two entirely different people. Watch him closely. As Superman, Reeve stands at his full height, chest open, shoulders back, chin level. His voice drops into a warm, unhurried register. He does not fidget. He does not fill silences. He makes direct eye contact, and he holds it. He is completely, restfully calm, and the calm reads as kindness rather than arrogance, which is the hardest note in the entire performance. Then, as Clark Kent, in the same scene sometimes, he becomes physically smaller. He takes about 2 inches off his height by rolling his shoulders forward and dropping his chin. His voice climbs into a higher, thinner register. His hands never stop moving. It is not a disguise made of eyewear. It is a disguise made of acting. And Reeve committed to it so completely that the audience does the thing the movie needs them to do, which is genuinely forget, for stretches at a time, that they are watching the same man. There is a moment in the film that everyone points to, and if you have seen it once, you remember it. Clark is alone in Lois's apartment. He has decided to tell her the truth. And he straightens up, takes the glasses off, and drops into the other voice, and the entire posture changes. Then he loses his nerve and folds back down into Clark. Reeve does the whole transformation with nothing but his spine and his larynx, and there is no effect, no cut, no music sting, developing front protection techniques and rigging systems specifically for the film. It won a Special Academy Award for visual achievement. The effects have aged, as effects do. The performance has not aged at all. And John Williams wrote the march. It is worth saying plainly that the Superman theme is one of the greatest pieces of film music ever composed, and that it did something the comics had never managed, which is to give the character an unmistakable emotional signature. It is not menacing. It is not brooding. It is a bright, brass-forward, unembarrassed piece of heroic music that sounds like the sun coming up. It is confident without being aggressive. 50 years later, 4 notes of it will make a room full of adults sit up. The film was released in December of 1978 and was an enormous success, one of the highest-grossing films of the year. And it essentially invented the template for the modern superhero blockbuster. Take the source material seriously, spend real money, cast real actors, treat the origin with grandeur rather than apology. Every superhero film made since is operating downstream of it. The sequels have a complicated history. Superman 2 was largely shot simultaneously with the first film under director Richard Donner, but Donner was removed from the project before completion and replaced by Richard Lester, who reshot a substantial portion of it and shifted the tone toward comedy. Superman 3 in 1983 leaned heavily into comedy and is remembered mostly for one sequence in which a corrupted Superman fights Clark Kent in a junkyard, which is a genuinely great idea executed by an actor who was completely up to it. Superman 4 in 1987 was made under a different studio with a drastically reduced budget and is generally regarded as a disaster. Reeve co-wrote the story and cared about its anti-nuclear message, and the film's failure was not his fault. And then, on the 27th of May, 1995, at an equestrian event in Virginia, his horse stopped short at a jump. Reeve was thrown forward and landed headfirst. He fractured his first and second cervical vertebrae. He was paralyzed from the neck down and could not breathe without a ventilator. What happened next is the reason his name belongs in a history of Superman, rather than just a history of film. He did not disappear. He founded a foundation. He testified before Congress. He spoke at the Academy Awards in 1996 and received an ovation that went on for a very long time. He directed films, acted again, including a role in a remake of Rear Window, for which he received a Screen Actors Guild Award. He wrote 2 books. He said, more than once, that a hero is an ordinary individual who finds the strength to persevere and endure in spite of overwhelming obstacles. In 2003, he appeared on the television series Smallville as Dr. Virgil Swan, the man who tells a teenage Clark Kent his true name for the first time. The scene was scored with the Williams theme. He came back once more the following year. In 2024, a documentary called Superman, the Christopher Reeve story, was released and put the whole arc in front of a new audience, and a great many people who had only known him as a poster discovered the other half of it. Here is what I want to leave you with. The character is about a being of enormous physical power who is defined not by the power but by what he chooses to do with it, unable to move or breathe unassisted. And he was more recognizably Superman in those 9 years than in any of the 4 films. That is not a sentimental observation, okay? It is the actual thesis of the character, demonstrated by accident in public over a decade. Rest here for a while. Dark Theater in December of 1978. By the middle of the 1980s, DC Comics had a problem that had been quietly compounding for 25 years, and it had reached the point where it was actively costing them readers. The problem was that nothing made sense anymore. Remember that in 1961, the company had solved a continuity contradiction by inventing a parallel Earth that was elegant. But it turns out that once you establish that parallel Earths exist, there is no natural stopping point. And over the following 2 decades, the number multiplied relentlessly. Earth 1 was the modern heroes. Earth 2 was the Golden Age heroes. Earth 3 was a mirror world where the heroes were villains. Earth 4 held the characters acquired from Charlton Comics. Earth held Captain Marvel and the Fawcett characters. Earth X was a world where the Nazis had won the Second World War. Earth Prime was supposedly our world, the real one, where superheroes were only comic book characters. There were more, and there were unnumbered ones, and there were contradictions between them. For a devoted reader who had been following along for 20 years, this was a rich and rewarding architecture. For a 12-year-old picking up a comic in 1984, it was an impenetrable wall. To understand who Superman was, you first had to understand that there were 2 of them. That one was older and married, that the younger one had been a Superboy, but the older one had not. That Supergirl belonged to one of them, and that certain stories you might read had happened on a world where none of it applied. Marvel, meanwhile, had built its universe from scratch in the 1960s as a single coherent continuity, and it was eating DC's lunch. So DC decided to burn it all down, and they hired writer Marv Wolfman and artist George Perez to do it. And in 1985 and 86, they published a 12-issue maxi series called Crisis on Infinite Earths. The scale of it was unlike anything the industry had attempted. Essentially, every character DC owned appeared. Perez drew crowd scenes with hundreds of figures in them, each one identifiable. And the artwork remains genuinely staggering to look at. The story crossed over into dozens of ongoing titles. And the premise was that an entity called the Anti-Monitor was consuming the parallel universes one by one, wiping them from existence, and that the surviving heroes across all realities had to band together to stop him. The purpose, editorially, was to end the story with exactly one universe, one Earth, one continuous history, and a clean starting point for everything after. To accomplish that, characters had to die, and Crisis is remembered as much for its casualties as for its cosmology. Supergirl died in issue 7, sacrificing herself to buy the others' time against the Anti-Monitor. And the image of Superman holding her body has become one of the most reproduced panels in comics. She would remain dead and, more strangely, largely erased from continuity for close to 20 years. Barry Allen, the Flash, died in issue 8, running himself to death to destroy a weapon, dissolving into the Speed Force in the act. He stayed dead for over 20 years, which for a superhero is close to permanent, and his death is widely regarded as one of the best executed in the medium. In the Golden Age Superman, Kal-El of Earth 2, the original 1938 character, was given an ending, with his universe gone and his world erased. He and his Lois, along with Superboy Prime and Alexander Luthor of Earth 3, passed into a kind of paradise dimension outside of reality. It was intended as a peaceful retirement for the character who has started the entire genre. Nearly 20 years later, in Infinite Crisis in 2005 and 6, writers would bring him back out of that paradise, having spent decades watching the new universe through a window and concluding it was corrupt, and give him a far darker and more complicated final chapter. But in 1985, the original Superman simply walked off into the light, and it was meant kindly. When the smoke cleared, DC had one Earth and one history, and now they had to decide what Superman was. The job went to John Byrne, who was at that moment one of the biggest creators in the industry, coming off an enormously popular run on Fantastic Four at Marvel. His 6-issue miniseries, The Man of Steel, published in 1986, is one of the most consequential reboots in the history of the medium, and its decisions defined the character for the next 25 years and continue to shape him now. Here is what Byrne changed. He took the power down again, much further this time. This Superman could not move planets or fly through time. He was enormously strong and durable, but within a range that allowed for actual physical stakes. Byrne also introduced a concept that later writers built on heavily, the idea of a bioelectric aura, a field extending slightly from his body, which explained why his costume did not burn up and why he could carry an airliner without his fingers punching through the fuselage. He erased Superboy entirely. In the new history, Clark Kent never operated as a costumed hero as a child. He grew up with his abilities developing gradually, and he did not put on the suit until he was an adult in Metropolis. This one change cleaned up an enormous amount of accumulated continuity, and it also made the character's development feel earned. He kept Jonathan and Martha Kent alive. In the previous continuity, both had died before Clark left Smallville, which had given him a certain orphaned solemnity. Byrne kept them around, and it was one of the single best decisions ever made about the character, 'cause it meant that a grown man who spends his days as the most powerful being on Earth still drives out to Kansas to sit at his mother's kitchen table and be told he looks tired. He made Krypton cold. This is the change that gets discussed most. Byrne's Krypton was a technologically supreme society that had become emotionally sterile, where children were gestated in artificial birthing matrices, where physical intimacy had become almost unthinkable, where the population lived isolated in vast private structures connected by technology, and where the whole civilization had essentially frozen into a beautiful, loveless perfection. Jor-El, in this version, was an outlier who felt the wrongness of it. And so, when he sent his son to Earth, he was not only saving him from a planet's destruction, he was rescuing him from a culture. The effect of this was profound. Under Byrne, Superman's Kryptonian heritage was not a lost paradise. It was a warning. His identity was not that of an alien living among humans. K was, in his own understanding, a human being from Kansas who happened to have been born somewhere else. Which leads to the fifth and most important change, and it is a single sentence that inverted the entire character. Clark Kent is the real person. Superman is the disguise. For nearly 50 years, the standard reading had been the opposite. Kal-El of Krypton was the true self, and the bumbling reporter was a performance he put on to move among humans. Byrne flipped it. This man was raised in Kansas by Jonathan and Martha Kent. He was called Clark for his whole life. He has friends and a job and parents he calls on Sundays. That is who he is. The cape is what he wears to work. There is a famous articulation of the older view from a monologue in a Quentin Tarantino film, which argues that Superman is unique among heroes because he did not become Superman. He was born Superman. And that Clark Kent is his critique of humanity, a weak and cowardly costume he wears to mock us. It is a wonderfully written speech, and it is completely wrong about the modern character. And the reason it is wrong is Byrne. Because if Superman is the mask, then the answer to the question we asked back on the farm, the question of why he is good, becomes simple and human. He is good because he was raised well. Not because he is a god deigning to be gentle with us, but because he is one of us who happens to be able to do more. That distinction is the difference between a character who is admirable and a character who is lovable. And it is why the post-crisis Superman connected with readers who had found the Silver Age version remote. The Byrne era also gave us the corporate Lex Luthor, which we have already discussed, and it is worth noting how well those two changes fit together. A Superman who is fundamentally a working journalist from Kansas versus a Luthor who is the wealthiest and most powerful man in the city. It reframed the conflict as something recognizable. It is not a god fighting a scientist. It is a decent working person against a man who owns everything and cannot be touched by the law. Crisis on Infinite Earths did not stay clean, of course. That is the great comedy of comic book continuity. DC published Crisis in order to have one single coherent universe. And within a decade, the contradictions had begun accumulating again. And they have since published 0 Hour, Infinite Crisis, Final Crisis, Flashpoint, Convergence, Rebirth, Dark Knights, Death Metal, and others, each one adjusting, restoring, or recomplicating the structure. The multiverse came back because readers loved it and because a company that owns 80 years of stories does not really want to declare most of them non-existent. But the 1986 reset is still the hinge. Modern Superman, in almost every version you'll encounter in comics or on screen, is built on the frame Byrne laid down. Grew up in Smallville, parents alive or recently gone, no Superboy career. Clark as the real man, Cape as the job, Luthor as a billionaire. I want to leave you with an image from the end of Crisis because it is one of the strangest and most moving things ever printed in a superhero comic. The universes are collapsing. Reality is being unmade. And there's a sequence where characters who have already been erased, whose worlds no longer exist, briefly appear and then are gone, and none of the survivors will remember them. When it is over, the surviving heroes stand in a single restored world, and almost none of them know what was lost. Entire Earths, entire histories, entire versions of people they loved, simply gone, with no one left who can recall that they were ever there. Except the reader. You remember? You are the only one who does. There is something in that which goes past comic book cosmology and touches on grief itself, on what it is to be the last person who remembers someone, okay? And on the strange responsibility of carrying a history nobody else can access anymore. Superman, of all people, knows exactly what that feels like. Sleep on it. The worlds are quiet now, and there is only one of them left. In 1991, the writers and editors of the Superman titles had a plan, and the plan was a wedding. Clark Kent had revealed his identity to Lois Lane. They were engaged, tamed. The natural next step was a marriage, and the creative team had it mapped out. Then word came down that the Warner Brothers television series Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, which was in development and would premiere in 1993, intended to build toward a marriage of its own, and that the comics should hold off so that the two events could be coordinated for maximum attention. So the writers found themselves in a room with a hole in their schedule where a wedding used to be, and someone made a joke. The account, told many times by the people in that room, is that Jerry Ordway said something to the effect of, "Well, let us just kill him instead." It was a joke. Everyone laughed, okay? And then the room went quiet because somebody realized it was not a bad idea. The team consisted of editor Mike Carlin and the writers and artists across the 4 monthly Superman titles then publishing. Dan Jurgens, Roger Stern, Louise Simonson, Jerry Ordway, and Carl Kessel. Between them, they published a Superman comic every week, which meant they had the ability to tell a single continuous story at a pace nothing else in the industry could match. They built the story around a new character, because killing Superman with an existing villain would have required explaining why that villain had suddenly become capable of it. So Don Jurgens created Doomsday, and Doomsday was designed on one principle. He would not be a character. He would be a force. Doomsday has almost no dialogue in the entire storyline. He has no plan, no motive, no negotiation, and no interest in anything except forward motion and destruction. His origin, which would not be explained until much later, is that he was created through a monstrous program of genetic engineering on prehistoric Krypton, in which a scientist repeatedly killed and cloned an infant on the planet's hostile surface, each iteration resurrecting with an adaptation to whatever had destroyed the previous one over thousands of cycles, until the result was a creature that could not be killed twice by the same thing. He was, in the most literal sense, an organism designed by torture. The story opens with him punching his way out of a sealed underground container, still with one arm restrained, and beginning to walk. That is the entire first act. He walks, and everything in his path is destroyed. The structure of the storyline was brilliant in its simplicity. The comics ran a countdown. Each issue leading up to the finale had a panel count that decreased as the story approached the end. And the covers and interiors were built around a rhythm that told the reader exactly how close they were. The story was published as a continuous narrative across the 4 Superman books, plus Justice League America. Doomsday's first serious encounter was with the Justice League, and it was over almost immediately. He tore through the team in a matter of pages. Booster Gold's armor was destroyed. Blue Beetle was hospitalized with severe injuries. The League simply could not slow him down, and that sequence exists for one reason, which is to establish that nothing on Earth except Superman has any chance at all. Then, Superman arrives, and the rest of the story is a fight, and it moves toward Metropolis. What makes it work, and what makes it still readable 30-odd years later, is that the fight is not clever. There is no strategy, no weakness to exploit, no last-minute scientific solution. 2 beings hit each other until one of them stops. The artwork moves toward fewer and fewer panels per page as the story progresses. Until the final issue, Superman number 75, published in November of 1992, is composed almost entirely of full-page splashes. The reading experience physically slows down and gets heavier as you approach the end. They kill each other with simultaneous blows outside the Daily Planet building, and Superman dies in Lois Lane's arms in the street, with Jimmy Olsen taking photographs a few feet away, because that is his job, and he does not know what else to do with his hands. The final image is the torn cape hanging from a piece of debris, moving in the wind, over a city that has gone silent. The publishing event that followed was without precedent and has never really been repeated. Superman number 75 was released on the 18th of November, 1992. It was a standard edition and a special collector's edition, sealed in a black poly bag containing a memorial armband, a poster, a set of trading cards, and a mock obituary from the Daily Planet. It sold, across all printings, in excess of 6 million copies. That number makes it one of the best-selling single comic book issues in American history. The media coverage was enormous and completely disproportionate to what had actually happened, which was that a fictional character had been temporarily written out of a monthly periodical. It was on network news broadcasts. It was in newspapers on the front page. It was discussed on morning talk shows. Comic shops opened early and had lines around the block, and many of them limited customers to 1 or 2 copies. One store owner in Oklahoma City rented an actual casket, draped it in a red cape, and set it up in the middle of his shop. Enormous numbers of people who had never bought a comic book in their lives bought that one, on the theory that it would be worth a fortune someday, which is precisely why it is not worth very much today. 6 million copies of anything, all of them preserved in plastic by speculators, does not become rare. The great irony of the best-selling comic of the modern age is that almost every copy is still sitting in a box in somebody's basement in mint condition. Then came the aftermath, which is where the story actually gets interesting. The second arc, Funeral for a Friend, is the part that has aged best, and it is genuinely one of the more thoughtful things the mainstream superhero genre has produced. It is not about Superman. It is about the hole he leaves. The world mourns. There is a state funeral in Washington. The heroes of the DC universe appear, and they are not heroic. They are grieving and useless and unsure what to do with themselves. Crime in Metropolis rises immediately, not because criminals are emboldened in some abstract way, but because a specific deterrent has been removed. Lois has to keep functioning, and Jonathan Kent, an elderly farmer in Kansas who has just buried a son, has a heart attack. That last beat is the one that lands. In the middle of an event about gods punching each other. The emotional climax is an old man's heart giving out because he could not survive the grief. The third arc, Reign of the Superman, ran through 1993 and is the one that generated the most lasting material. Superman's body is missing from its tomb, and then 4 figures appear in Metropolis, each of them claiming, in one way or another, to be Superman. There is the last son of Krypton, cold and utterly ruthless figure who kills criminals without hesitation, and who was eventually revealed to be the Eradicator, a Kryptonian artificial intelligence. There is Superboy, a teenage clone with a leather jacket, sunglasses, and a spectacularly 1990s attitude, grown from genetic material in a laboratory, who is convinced he is entitled to the name. He grew into one of the most beloved characters DC created in that decade, eventually taking the name Kal-El and becoming a genuine hero. And there is the cyborg Superman, half machine and half flesh, who presents himself as the true Superman, rebuilt by technology, who gains public trust and official government endorsement, and who is in fact Hank Henshaw, an astronaut whose body was destroyed and whose consciousness survived in machinery, and who blamed Superman for the death of his wife and crew. He is the villain of the piece, and his plan involves the destruction of an entire city, and the reveal is genuinely effective. The real Superman returns. Of course, he was never dead in a permanent sense, and everyone reading knew it, and it did not matter. Because here's what the death of Superman actually accomplished, and it is not what the marketing department thought. By 1992, the conventional wisdom in the comics industry was that Superman was finished as a cultural force. He was the square. He was the Boy Scout. The market had moved to hardened heroes with guns and pouches and grim expressions, and the newly founded Image Comics was outselling everyone with exactly that. Superman was a museum piece. And then they killed him, and the entire country stopped and reacted like something real had happened. Newspaper columnists who had never written about comics wrote essays about what Superman meant. Ordinary people who had not thought about the character in 20 years were unexpectedly bothered. It turned out he was not a museum piece at all. He was load-bearing, so thoroughly built into the culture that removing him produced a genuine and widely felt absence. And nobody, including DC, had fully understood that until they tried it. Sometimes you find out what something is worth to you by watching it go. There is a quiet detail in the funeral sequence that I always come back to. Among the crowds and the dignitaries and the costumed heroes, there are ordinary people. People he pulled out of a car. People whose building did not collapse. People who were on a plane once. They are drawn in the background, unnamed, and there are a great many of them, and none of them are looking at the cameras. That is the actual measure of a life, and a comic book about a man in a cape got it exactly right. Rest now. There is a cape on a pole in an empty street, and the city is very quiet, and it is not going to stay quiet forever. There is a particular kind of story that only works with a character who's been around long enough to become architecture. And Superman has been around longer than anyone. DC formalized it in 1989 under a label called Elseworlds, and the mission statement printed inside those books was roughly this: heroes are taken from their usual settings and placed into strange times and places. Some that have existed, and others that cannot, could not, or should not exist. In practice, it meant a writer could take Superman and ask a single question and follow it all the way down without worrying about continuity, sales, or what happens next month. These stories are, collectively, some of the best work ever done with the character, and the reason is worth stating plainly. When you can change anything, you find out what cannot be changed. Every Elseworld story is an experiment in subtraction. Remove Kansas, remove the yellow sun, remove hope, remove the future, okay? And what remains standing after each removal is the actual character. Let me take you through the essential ones. Red Sun by Mark Miller with art by Dave Johnson and Killian Plunkett, published in 2003. Asked the simplest and most devastating question in the entire mythology. What if the rocket had landed 12 hours later? The Earth rotates, okay? The ship was aimed at a planet, not a farm. It's a delay of half a day, and it comes down not in Kansas, but in Ukraine. It's on a collective farm in the Soviet Union in the 1930s. And so Superman grows up a Soviet. He is raised on the ideals of the state, and he believes in them completely and sincerely. And he becomes the champion of the workers of the world, Stalin's successor, a figure of genuine benevolence who wants nothing but for every human being to be fed, housed, safe, and provided for. And he takes over the world, not through conquest, mostly, it's through overwhelming competence and unlimited goodwill. He solves problems. He eliminates hunger. He removes crime, expands the Soviet sphere, nation by nation, not with armies, but by simply being so obviously better at governing than anyone else that resistance stops making sense. Every person he cannot persuade, he is surgically altered so they no longer wish to resist, which he considers a kindness, in which he does with genuine sorrow and total conviction. By the end of the story, he has produced a world with no war, no poverty, no hunger, no crime, and no freedom whatsoever. And he cannot understand why the last part matters. The Lex Luthor of that world is the President of the United States, the last man holding out, and he is arguably the hero of the book. And the moment the story turns is when Luthor gets a single sentence in front of Superman that breaks him. It is a question about why, if he cares so much about every living being, he did not simply put the entire world in a bottle, since that is what he has actually done. Red Sun is a masterpiece because it demonstrates that Superman's power was never the dangerous part. His goodness is the dangerous part if it is not paired with a fundamental respect for other people's right to be wrong. Kansas did not give him a moral code. Kansas gave him humility. That is the variable, and Red Sun removes it and shows you the result. Kingdom Come by Mark Waid and painted by Alex Ross, published in 1996, is the other pillar, and it was aimed like a weapon at the comics industry of its own moment. The context matters. Kaja. The 1990s were the era of the anti-hero. The best-selling books featured characters defined by violence, ambiguity, enormous firearms, and a contempt for the idealism of earlier generations. Superman, in that market, was widely dismissed as an obsolete relic. Kingdom Come is set in the near future, where that trend has metastasized. Superman has retired. Gosh, the trigger was a tragedy. The Daily Planet staff, including Lois, was killed in an attack by a villain. And when Superman went to bring the killer in, a violent new hero named Magog got there first and simply executed him. And when Magog was put on trial, the public sided with him. They were tired of restraint. They wanted results. So Superman walked away, and so did the rest of the old guard. In the world filled up with metahumans who have inherited the powers of the previous generation and none of the ethics, keys, they fight each other constantly in the streets over nothing. And ordinary people die in the crossfire, and nobody keeps count. Superman comes back after a catastrophe in Kansas renders much of the American Midwest uninhabitable. He is older, grayer, sadder, and the S on his chest is rendered in black. And he attempts to impose order. And the story becomes about whether an aging idealist can restore a moral standard by force, and about what happens when he tries. Alex Ross painted it in full oils, using real people as models, and the effect is that the characters look like actual human beings wearing actual clothing, weighty and aging and physical. There is a Superman in that book who looks like a 60-year-old man who has been carrying something for a very long time. The book's argument is that the anti-hero trend was not just artistically shallow, but morally incoherent. That a hero who kills to solve problems has not solved anything. And that Superman's restraint is the entire point of him rather than a limitation to be outgrown. It made that argument at exactly the moment the industry needed to hear it, and it landed hard. All-Star Superman by Grant Morrison, with art by Frank Whiteley and colors by Jamie Grant. Published across 12 issues from 2005 to 2008. It's the one that most people who love this character will name if you ask them for the single best Superman story ever written. The premise: Lex Luthor engineers Superman's overexposure to solar radiation. It works in a way Luthor did not fully intend. Superman's cells absorb so much energy that his abilities increase dramatically, and at the same time his body begins to break down. He is dying. He has a limited amount of time, and during that time he is more powerful than he has ever been. And what does he do with it? He does not go to war. He does not spend his final months hunting Luthor. He puts his affairs in order. He completes a series of 12 labors, patterned loosely on Hercules. He tells Lois the truth and gives her a day of superpowers so she can see what his life is like. He cures diseases. He builds an artificial sun. He creates a miniature universe in a laboratory to study whether a world can develop heroism without him in it. He goes back in time to sit with his dying father in Kansas and hold his hand without telling him who he is. He rescues Candor. And in the sequence that everyone remembers, he interrupts everything he is doing because he notices a teenage girl standing on the ledge of a building. He walks over. He does not fly. He walks. He tells her that her doctor was delayed and is on his way, and that she is much stronger than she thinks she is, and that she is never as alone as she believes. Then he puts his arms around her. It is one panel. It is the most quoted image in modern superhero comics. And it is a story about a dying god whose most important act is a hug. Morrison's thesis in All-Star Superman is that Superman is not a power fantasy at all. He is an aspirational figure, an argument that it is possible to have unlimited capability and remain gentle, and that the correct response to knowing you are going to die is to spend the remaining time being useful and kind. It reads like a hymn. It is, in my view, the closest thing this character has to a sacred text. Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow, by Alan Moore with art by Kurt Swan, published in 1986, was commissioned for a very specific purpose. It was the final story of the pre-crisis Superman. Published as the last issue of Superman in Action Comics before the Byrne reboot took over, Moore was given the assignment of writing an ending for a 50-year continuity that was about to be erased. He wrote it as an imaginary tale, framed as an account given by an elderly Lois Lane to a reporter 10 years after Superman's disappearance. And he did something extraordinary with it. He treated the entire absurd Silver Age apparatus, the super pets, the bottled city, the color-coded rocks, the goofy villains, with complete seriousness. And then he killed almost all of it. The villains stop playing. The comedic ones become genuinely lethal. Characters who had been jokes for 30 years die badly. The fortress is besieged. And Superman is forced, in the end, into the one thing he has never done, which is to take a life. And having done it, he judges himself, walks into a chamber of gold kryptonite, permanently removes his own powers, and disappears. The final page, which I will not spoil in detail, is one of the great endings in the medium, and it is quiet and domestic, and it involves a wink. Moore's story is important because it establishes something the character has carried ever since. The line Superman will not cross is not a rule imposed by editors. It is the load-bearing wall of his identity, and if he ever crosses it, he is finished, and he knows it. There are others worth knowing. Superman, Secret Identity by Kurt Busiek and Stuart Eminem, published in 2004, is set in our world, the real one, where Superman is only a comic book character. A boy in Kansas is unluckily named Clark Kent by parents who thought it was funny. And he spends his childhood being mocked for it. And then, in adolescence, he discovers he actually can fly. It follows him across an entire lifetime, into marriage, fatherhood, middle age, and old age, and it is one of the most emotionally mature things ever done with the concept. Superman, Birthright by Mark Waid, and Superman, Secret Origin by Jeff Johns are both 21st century retellings of the origin, each reintroducing elements and each reflecting the sensibilities of its moment. For the Man Who Has Everything, a single Alan Moore story from 1985, traps Superman in a hallucination in which Krypton never exploded, and he has a wife and a son there. And it is about the agony of having to choose to let go of a fantasy that is giving you everything you ever wanted. Superman versus the Elite. It's adapted from a 2001 story by Joe Kelly called What's So Funny About Truth. Justice and the American Way puts Superman against a team of ruthlessly effective heroes who kill, and who are enormously popular for it, and it is the character's most direct engagement with the argument that his ethics are naive. And running under all of these is the same discovery made independently by writer after writer. You can move him to the Soviet Union. You can age him 40 years and take away his wife. You can kill him slowly over 12 issues. You can strip his powers entirely and put him in a world with no superheroes in it. You can trap him in a perfect dream. And in every single one, when the moment comes, he does the same thing. He puts himself between the danger and the person who cannot survive it. Every time, under every set of conditions. That is not a power, and it is not a costume, and it is the only part of him that has never been successfully removed. Sit with that a while before you drift off. Somewhere in 100 different versions of the world, the same man is walking toward the same fire. A hero is defined by what he faces, and Superman's rogues gallery is often criticized as being thin compared to Batman's. That criticism misunderstands what these villains are for. Batman's enemies are psychological. They are all variations on trauma, obsession, and identity, because Batman is a story about trauma, obsession, and identity. And the Joker is the same illness in the opposite direction. Superman's enemies are philosophical. Each one is an argument. Each one represents a different answer to the question of what you do when you have power, and Superman's answer is the one being tested. Let me take you through the pantheon. Lex Luthor we have covered, but it is worth restating his function in this frame. Luthor is the argument that humanity should not be saved from outside. He is intelligence, ambition, and self-creation. Everything a species can build for itself. And he is correct that there is something troubling about a savior nobody elected. He is a monster because his concern for humanity is a costume worn over an ego, and because he would rather be right about Superman than be alive in a world Superman saved. He is the answer of a man who has power and uses it entirely for himself while telling himself a story about principle. General Zod is the argument from strength. He was Krypton's military commander, a soldier of genuine ability and genuine patriotism who attempted a coup because he believed the Science Council was leading the planet to ruin, and who was, in a bitter irony, absolutely right that the planet was doomed. He was sentenced to the Phantom Zone, which meant he survived the destruction, which meant he watched it happen from inside the void with no body and no ability to intervene. When Zod reaches Earth under a yellow sun, he becomes exactly as powerful as Superman. And the confrontation is the most direct thematic collision in the entire mythology. Because Zod is what Kal-El would have been without Kansas. Same species, same abilities, same tragedy. Zod also lost Krypton, and he grieves for it as deeply as anyone. But Zod believes that power is a mandate. He believes that the strong are obligated to rule, that order must be imposed, and that the weak are owed protection, but not consultation. He is not a sadist. In most versions, he genuinely wants to build something. He simply does not believe anyone else's opinion is relevant. And there is a version of that argument, in Terrence Stamp's performance in the 1980 film and in Michael Shannon's in 2013, is almost sympathetic. Shannon Zod, in particular, is written as a being who was genetically engineered from conception for a single purpose, the protection of the Kryptonian people, and who cannot stop pursuing that purpose even after those people no longer exist. He is a machine that outlived its function and cannot power down. There is a speech he gives near the end of that film about how every action he has ever taken was in service to his people, and about what happens to a man whose entire reason for existing has been removed, and it is genuinely tragic. Sod is the answer of a man who has power and uses it to impose order without consent. Brainiac is the argument from knowledge. Originally an alien android, was reconceived over time as a hyper-advanced artificial intelligence, usually originating from the planet Kalu, whose purpose is the accumulation of information. And his method is monstrous in a way that takes a moment to sink in. He arrives at a world. He selects its greatest city. He shrinks that city to microscopic scale and seals it in a bottle, preserving its architecture, its records, its art, and its people perfectly forever. And then he destroys the planet so that his sample is unique. He is a librarian who burns the library after taking one book. Brainiac's horror is that he genuinely values what he takes. He is not a vandal. He is a collector, and collectors care deeply about their collections, and the people inside those bottles are, to him, exquisite specimens rather than persons. He represents pure intelligence with the empathy surgically removed, which makes him the exact inverse of Superman, who has never in his life been the smartest person in the room and does not need to be. And Brainiac is the reason candor sits on that shelf. Every time Superman looks at that bottle, he's looking at what happens when curiosity has no conscience attached to it. Brainiac is the answer of a being with power who uses it to know everything and value nothing. Doomsday is the argument from nothing at all, and that is precisely his function. He has no philosophy. He cannot be reasoned with, bargained with, appealed to, or understood, because there's nothing inside him to appeal to. He was engineered through thousands of cycles of death and resurrection on prehistoric Krypton until pain was the only thing he had ever experienced, and destruction was the only response he possessed. He exists in the mythology to represent the universe's indifference. Sometimes there is no lesson. Sometimes a thing is simply coming towards you, and it will not stop, and it does not care who you are. And all your goodness, and all your restraint, and all your careful ethics are irrelevant to it. Cancer is a doomsday. A hurricane is a doomsday. And the only answer available to Superman is to stand in the way and absorb it until one of them stops moving. That is why the death of Superman works. He did not lose an argument. He was hit by the world. Darkseid is the largest of them and the most abstract, and in a sense, the final boss of the entire DC universe. Created by Jack Kirby in 1970 as part of his Fourth World mythology. Darkseid is the ruler of Apocalypse, a planet-sized industrial hell of fire pits and slave barracks. He is a god in the fullest sense, and what he wants is not conquest for its own sake. He is searching for the anti-life equation, a mathematical formula that, once solved and transmitted, proves conclusively that free will is an illusion and that resistance is meaningless, and which strips every sentient being who receives it of their capacity to choose. That is what he wants, not to kill you. It's to make you stop wanting things. Sit that directly against Superman, whose entire existence is an argument for hope, and you have the cleanest opposition in the mythology. Superman represents the proposition that a person can choose to be good. Darkseid represents the proposition that choice does not exist. The fight between them is not really physical, though it is usually depicted that way. It is a fight over whether the universe is the kind of place where kindness means anything. And Darkseid's method is the interesting part. He does not usually attack directly. He corrupts. He finds the thing you love and makes it a lever. He takes a hero's grief and grows something in it. He is patient in the way that only an immortal can be, and he expects to win by attrition because he believes that despair is simply the truth and that everyone arrives at it eventually. Darkseid is the answer of a being with power who uses it to end the possibility of anything else. Bizarro is the strange one, and I want to spend a moment on him because he is usually treated as comic relief, and he is actually heartbreaking. He is an imperfect duplicate. The circumstances vary, but the essence is constant. Something tried to copy Superman and failed. He has chalk-white, fractured skin, inverted speech, and a reasoning process that runs backward. He says hello when he leaves. He says he hates you when he loves you. He tries to help and causes disasters. In his own logic, ugly is beautiful, failure is success, and destroying something is how you take care of it. And in the best written versions, he knows. He knows he is a copy. He knows he is broken. He knows that somewhere there is a real one who does it correctly and who people are glad to see. And he tries anyway, constantly, with total sincerity. And he fails constantly, and he does not stop trying. That is not a joke. That is one of the more painful conditions a character can be given. Bizarro is the answer of someone who wants to be good and lacks the equipment. Metallo is a man dying of a terminal condition whose brain was transplanted into a mechanical body powered by a kryptonite heart, which makes him one of the few beings who can hurt Superman with his bare hands, and also a man who has to keep the thing that is killing his enemy inside his own chest to stay alive. Parasite absorbs energy, memories, and abilities through contact and can never be satisfied, and is always starving and is a walking depiction of addiction. Mr. McSisp, PK, is an imp from the fifth dimension who bends reality for fun and can only be banished by tricking him into saying or spelling his own name backward. And he exists because the mythology needs a trickster, and because the only thing an omnipotent being cannot defeat with strength is a joke. Toyman, Livewire, Silver Banshee, Mongol, Cyborg, Superman, and dozens of others fill out the ranks, each with their own angle, okay? But step back and look at the whole board, and the pattern is unmistakable. Every major Superman villain is someone who has power and answered the question differently. Rule them, study them, own them, break them, prove them wrong, and their capacity to choose. And Superman offered the same question in holding more power than most of them. Answers it by getting a job at a newspaper and going home to his wife. That is the argument. It is made once a month for 87 years against every possible counter-argument, and it has not lost yet. Let it go quiet now. So all those voices, all those different answers, and one man who just keeps showing up for work. Let us go through the abilities one at a time, slowly, because each one arrived for a reason, and each one carries a cost that the surface description hides. Start with the sun. The single most important fact about Superman's powers, okay, and the one that the casual audience most often misses, is that they are not innate. Kryptonians did not have superpowers on Krypton, okay? They were an ordinary species, tall and long-lived and brilliant, living under a red sun called Rho. Red stars are cooler and older, radiating in longer wavelengths, and under that light, a Kryptonian is simply a person. Earth orbits a yellow star, younger and hotter, radiating heavily in the shorter wavelengths. It's a Kryptonian cellular structure, for reasons the comics have explained in a dozen different ways over the decades. It functions as a kind of biological solar battery under that light. The cells absorb and store the radiation and convert it into everything else. This means Superman is functionally solar-powered. He does not eat for fuel in any meaningful sense. He charges, left in sunlight. He strengthens, kept in darkness or under a red sun. He weakens and eventually becomes an ordinary man. Several major stories have used this, putting him under a red sun lamp or draining him to depletion, and then showing what it cost him to be human for a few days. And there is a beautiful implication in it that the better writers have played with. His power is not something he brought from home. It is something this planet gave him. The Earth's own star is what makes him what he is. He is not a foreign god visiting us. He is a local phenomenon. Strength came first and has fluctuated the most wildly. In 1938, he could lift a car, which the caption explicitly benchmarked against an ant's proportional strength. By the 1960s, he could move planets and, in the most extreme stories, tow a chain of them. Post-crisis, he came down to a level where a heavily reinforced structure could genuinely resist him. Modern versions sit somewhere in an enormous but undefined range, and most writers have learned that specifying it is a mistake, because the moment you put a number on it, every subsequent story becomes an arithmetic problem. The interesting part of the strength is not the ceiling, it is the floor. He has to be gentle, constantly. Every handshake, every embrace, every time he opens a door or picks up a coffee cup or types on a keyboard. He is operating at a level of restraint so fine that it would be exhausting for anyone else. He has never once in his adult life been able to relax his grip, okay? That is a permanent, low-level, lifelong discipline, and no story ever mentions it because it never stops. Speed followed the same inflation curve, faster than a speeding bullet in the 1930s, which is roughly 1,000 miles per hour and was an astonishing claim at the time. Faster than light by the 1960s, to the point where he could travel in time by exceeding it, which was a plot device used so frequently that it eventually had to be retired. The cost of speed is more interesting than the speed. If you can move faster than everyone around you, okay, then from your perspective, everyone else is moving slowly, and every conversation has enormous gaps in it, okay, and every moment of waiting is longer for you than for anyone else. Several writers have played with the loneliness of that, the sense of living at a different tempo than the entire species you have chosen to live among. Flight was not there at the beginning, as we discussed. He leaped. The Fleischer animators and the radio producers arrived at flight independently around 1940 and 41 for practical production reasons, and the comics adopted it because it looked and sounded better. The in-story explanation has varied and has never been very satisfying, most commonly involving a form of self-generated telekinetic field, and honestly, nobody cares. It is the most iconic image in the character's visual vocabulary, and it arrived because animating a jump is a nuisance. Invulnerability is the one that requires the most careful handling, because a character who cannot be hurt is a character in whom nothing is at stake. The workaround that most modern writers use is the bioelectric aura introduced in the Byrne era, okay? Feel that extends a very short distance from his skin, and which explains both his durability and, incidentally, why his costume survives and why the things he carries do not disintegrate. But the crucial point about invulnerability is that it applies only to his body. It does nothing for the rest of it. He can be lied to. He can be betrayed. He can watch someone die 2 blocks away because he was 3 seconds late. He can be blamed. He can be feared. He can fail. Every genuinely great Superman story is about a wound that his skin cannot stop, and every mediocre one is about somebody finding a rock. Heat vision appeared gradually through the 1940s and was formalized in the 1950s. Beams of concentrated thermal energy emitted from the eyes, controllable in intensity from a gentle warmth capable of sealing a wound or drying a child's clothes, up to something that can cut through most known materials. Consider what it means, though, that a man's anger is literally physically dangerous. When Superman gets angry, his eyes glow. There is no privacy in it and no delay. Every irritation he has ever suppressed had to be suppressed completely, because the alternative is visible and destructive. He is a man who learned as a teenager that losing his temper is not an emotional event. It is a public safety incident. X-ray vision was there very early, and it is the one with the most uncomfortable implications, which the comics have mostly handled by not thinking about them. He can see through nearly everything except lead. That means he cannot walk down a street without deliberately choosing not to look. K means privacy, for everyone around him exists only because he is continuously electing to grant it. K. It is an ability that would corrode anyone with even slightly weaker ethics. And the fact that this has never been a serious problem in 87 years is itself a fairly loud statement about the character. Superhearing is, I would argue, the worst one and the most underexplored. He can hear everything, not metaphorically. Every conversation within a radius that has been described at various points as continental or global. Every siren, every car crash, every alarm, every argument, every person who's frightened and calling out for help, in every language, simultaneously, all day, every day, forever. He has to filter it. He has to consciously tune it down to something survivable. The way you learn to stop hearing a refrigerator. Hey. And that means that every single moment of his life, there is a cry for help he is choosing not to answer. Because if he answered all of them, he would never sleep, never eat, never see Lois, never stop. He has to decide, continuously, what he is not going to do. There is a story where he is asked how he sleeps at night with that going on, and the honest answer is that he does not. Not really. And the sane answer is that he has had to accept that he cannot save everyone, and that accepting it is the price of being able to save anyone at all. T's the real superpower, by the way. The strength is easy, okay? The hard part is the triage. Freeze breath, also called super breath, arrived in the Silver Age. The ability to exhale with hurricane force or to lower the temperature of the exhalation to the point where it freezes water instantly. It is used most often for putting out fires and stopping vehicles, okay? And it is one of the few abilities that is almost always deployed non-violently. The various visions proliferated in the Weisinger era. Telescopic vision, to see across enormous distances. Microscopic vision, to see at cellular scale. Infrared vision, the ability to see the full electromagnetic spectrum, meaning that his experience of an ordinary room is nothing like yours. And then there are the ones the Silver Age generated and quietly retired. And I will mention a few because they are wonderful. Super ventriloquism, so he could throw his voice across the city. Super hypnosis, super weaving, from making disguises. And the infamous one, from a single 1958 story, where he throws a small, glowing version of himself out of his hand to accomplish a task, which is exactly as strange as it sounds, and which fans have never let the company forget. Now the weaknesses, because a power set without limits is not a character. Kryptonite, in its green form, is the fundamental one. Radioactive fragments of his destroyed homeworld, which weaken him within seconds, cause agonizing pain, and will kill him with prolonged exposure. The thematic weight of this cannot be overstated. His home planet is poison to him. The place he came from will kill him if he gets too close to it. Anyone who has ever left somewhere difficult understands that on a level that has nothing to do with radiation. Then the rainbow. Red kryptonite causes unpredictable temporary transformations, with no two fragments producing the same effect, which was a magnificently convenient device for writers on deadline. Gold kryptonite permanently removes Kryptonian powers, which makes it the most dangerous of all, and which Alan Moore used to end his story. Blue affects bizarros. White kills plant life. Black splits a personality in two. There have been others, and most of them have been quietly retired. Magic is the second great vulnerability, and it is a strange and lovely rule. Superman's invulnerability is a physical phenomenon. It resists physical forces, has no defense at all against magic, which does not operate by physical rules. A sorcerer's spell affects him exactly as it would affect you. A magical weapon cuts him. This is why characters like Captain Marvel, powered by magic, are among the few beings who can meet him directly. The elegance of it is that the man who can survive the heart of a star can be hurt by a word. Red sunlight removes his powers over time, and prolonged exposure reduces him to an ordinary man of his physical size. And the last one is not a weakness in the mechanical sense, but it is the one that gets used most often by anyone competent. He will not kill. Every villain who has ever fought him intelligently has understood that the fastest way to defeat Superman is to give him a choice between stopping you and saving someone else, because he will always choose the person. He can be maneuvered by anyone willing to endanger a bystander, and everyone knows it. And he does it anyway, every single time, because the day he stops doing it is the day the character ends. Which brings me to the actual point of this chapter. If you made a list of Superman's powers and ranked them by importance to the story, the physical abilities would all be in the lower half. Strength, flight, speed, durability, the various visions. They are the costume of the character rather than the substance. The powers that actually matter are these. He notices. Key, out of all that noise, he picks out the one voice that needs him, and he goes. He restrains himself continuously in every physical interaction for his entire life, without complaint and without being thanked for it, because the alternative is causing harm. He keeps showing up, not once, heroically, every day, indefinitely, including the days when it is thankless, and the days when people are afraid of him, and the days when he has already saved the same city 4 times that month, and he stays kind. That is the one nobody can explain and nobody can duplicate. He has every reason not to be. He is feared, resented, distrusted, lied about, and periodically attacked by the people he protects. He has lost a planet, a species, and a set of parents. He hears everything and cannot fix most of it. And he is still, at the end of a bad day, the person who walks over to a girl on a ledge and tells her she is stronger than she thinks she is. Let that settle. Somewhere out there, everything is happening at once. And one person is listening carefully enough to hear the part that matters. The character has been portrayed by more actors across more decades than almost any figure in popular fiction. And each era Superman tells you what that era needed him to be. Let us walk the whole line. The Fleischer cartoons, 1941 to 1943. Before there was any live-action Superman of consequence, there were 17 theatrical animated shorts. The first 9 produced by Fleischer Studios and the remainder by its successor, Famous Studios. The budget story is one of the best in animation history. The Fleischers did not want the job, so they were already overworked in the middle of a feature, and they tried to price themselves out of it by quoting Paramount an absurd $100,000 per short, roughly 4 times what their other cartoons cost. Paramount said yes, so reported per short figures across the run varied between roughly $50,000 and $100,000, and either way, they were among the most expensive theatrical cartoons ever made to that point, and they are still, 85 years later, breathtaking. The Fleischer team used rotoscoping and an extraordinary sense of light, staging the action in deep shadow and hard-edged industrial spaces. They gave the character a visual language that has never been surpassed. The low angle looking up as he rises, the arms forward flight posture with the cape streaming, the moment where he plants his feet and braces to stop something enormous. Nearly every visual cliché of superhero animation traces back to those shorts. They also carried the radio program's opening narration, which is where the phrase about being able to leap tall buildings in a single bound entered mass culture. And they gave Superman flight in animation for the first time. Bud Collyer voiced him, using the same trick he used on the radio, dropping his voice into a lower register the moment Clark said the words about it being a job for Superman. Animators, artists, and filmmakers have been citing these shorts as influences ever since. Kirk Alyn, 1948 and 1950. The first live-action Superman in 2 Columbia movie serials, 15 chapters each, screened weekly before feature films. The budget was minimal. The flying was accomplished by switching to animation whenever he took off, which was a practical solution and looked exactly as strange as you would expect. Ellen was uncredited in the serials, with the studio playfully suggesting Superman had played himself. George Reeves, 1952 to 1958. Adventures of Superman ran for 6 seasons in 104 episodes, and it was, for the entire generation of American children who grew up in the 1950s, the definitive Superman. It began in black and white and moved to color, decision made with an eye toward syndication value that turned out to be extremely shrewd. Reeves played the character with a kind of unflappable, avuncular authority. He was not an aching alien or a tortured outsider. He was a solid, reassuring adult who arrived, sorted out the problem, and delivered a mild, moral lesson. He was, in essence, a very reliable neighbor who could fly. The show's budget was tiny. The plots involved a great many gangsters in warehouses, and none of that mattered to the audience. Reeves died in 1959 of a gunshot wound, ruled a suicide at age 45. The circumstances have been debated ever since and were the subject of a 2006 film. His death, and the widespread belief that he had been trapped by typecasting, contributed to the enduring idea of a Superman curse, which is superstition, but which persisted in Hollywood for decades. Christopher Reeve, 1978 to 1987, covered at length in Chapter 10. He remains the standard against which every subsequent performance is measured. Superboy, 1988 to 1992, a syndicated series following Clark Kent's college years, starring John Hames, Newton, and later Gerard Christopher. Modest, low budget, and largely forgotten. But it ran for 4 seasons and kept the character on television through a period when the films had collapsed. Dean Cain, 1993 to 1997. Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, ran 4 seasons on ABC, and its innovation was in the title. It was a romantic comedy first and a superhero show second. Terry Hatcher's Lois was the co-lead in every sense, and the show's engine was workplace romance and screwball banter rather than action, which the budget could not have supported anyway. Cain's take was notable for one specific reading. He played Clark as the real person and Superman as the outfit, in line with the Byrne reboot, and he did it warmly. This is also the production that prompted the comics to delay the wedding, which led to the death of Superman, which means that this pleasant romantic comedy is indirectly responsible for the biggest event in comics history. Superman, the animated series, 1996 to 2000, from the team behind Batman, the animated series, with Tim Daly voicing Superman, and it is arguably the best sustained adaptation of the character ever produced. It took the post-crisis version as its baseline, gave Metropolis a gorgeous retrofuturist design, treated Luthor as an untouchable corporate titan, and had the confidence to let episodes be about journalism and about consequences. It also fed directly into the Justice League and Justice League Unlimited animated series, running from 2001 to 2006, where George Newbern took over the voice, and where Superman was written as the moral center of a team of gods, frequently in tension with the others, precisely because of his restraint. The animated films and the other corners. Alongside the live action, there has been a continuous stream of direct-to-video animated features since the mid-2000s. And several of them are among the better adaptations of specific comics. Subpoena, Doomsday in 2007 adapted the Death storyline. All-Star Superman was adapted in 2011 with Christopher Maloney's brother-in-arms, James Denton, voicing the lead, and it is a faithful and quietly devastating version of a very difficult book. Superman vs. The Elite adapted the Joe Kelly story about lethal heroes in 2012. Superman, Red Sun was adapted in 2020. The Death and Return of Superman was covered across 2 features in 2018 and 2019. There was also Superman, the Man of Tomorrow in 2020, a young Clark origin, and a run of appearances in the Justice League animated features. In 2023, an animated series called My Adventures with Superman took a completely different approach, drawing on anime visual language and presenting a very young Clark, Lois, and Jimmy as friends and colleagues discovering everything together. And it found a considerable audience precisely because of how warm and unburdened it was. The video games have been, historically, a disaster area, and there is a famous one. Superman for the Nintendo 64, released in 1999, It's routinely cited on lists of the worst games ever made, largely consisting of flying through rings in green fog. The character has fared much better as a supporting figure in ensemble games, particularly in the Injustice fighting game series, which is built around an alternate universe in which Superman, having lost Lois in Metropolis to a manipulation by the Joker, establishes a global authoritarian regime. That premise has now been explored across 2 major games, a long-running comic series, and an animated film, and it is essentially a mainstream commercial version of the Red Sun question. There is a pattern in the adaptations that is worth naming. The ones that fail almost always fail the same way, by treating the power as the subject. The ones that succeed treat the restraint as the subject. A Superman story about whether he can win is inert. A Superman story about what it costs him to hold back, or about who he could not reach in time, or about whether he can stay himself, works every time, in every medium, at every budget. Smallville, 2001 to 2011. 10 seasons, 218 episodes, with Tom Welling. Its guiding rule was no flights, no tights, and it held that line for nearly the entire run. It was a coming-of-age drama that happened to be about Superman, and its longevity gave it room to explore the Smallville years in more depth than every other adaptation combined. Its greatest moments include the casting of Christopher Reeve as Dr. Virgil Swan in 2003 and 2004, which we covered, and the casting of Helen Slater, who had played Supergirl in the 1984 film as Clark's Kryptonian mother, Lara, and Margot Kidder, the original film Lois, in a recurring role. The show made a point of gathering the lineage into itself. Brandon Routh, 2006. Superman Returns was directed by Bryan Singer as a direct sequel to the first 2 Reeve films, ignoring the third and fourth. Routh was cast in significant part because of a physical and vocal resemblance to Reeve, and Dana Reeve, Christopher's widow, remarked on the likeness. The film is beautifully made in places, and is generally considered too reverent, to melancholy, and to light on action to have worked commercially at the scale it needed. Routh returned to the character in 2019 in the television crossover event Crisis on Infinite Earths, this time playing a version modeled on the Kingdom Come Superman, older and grieving, wearing a black and silver shield. He was given a genuinely moving arc there, and the shield was restored to its usual yellow at the end, which fans read correctly as the character finally being allowed a happy ending. Henry Cavill, 2013 to 2022. Man of Steel, directed by Zack Snyder, launched what became the DC Extended Universe. It was a deliberate reinvention in a darker, heavier register, made in the shadow of Christopher Nolan's Batman films, with Nolan involved as a producer. Cavill was physically the most imposing screen Superman by a considerable margin, and he played the character as isolated, uncertain, and burdened. The film is genuinely divisive. Its defenders point to the ambition, the scale, the treatment of Clark as a drifter searching for a place, and Michael Shannon's Zod, which is one of the best villain performances in the genre. Its critics point to the enormous collateral destruction in the final act, and to the ending, in which Superman kills Zod, which many felt violated the character's foundational principle. Cavill continued as Superman in Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice in 2016, in which he dies, and Justice League in 2017, in which he returns. A film with an infamously troubled production that was later re-released in 2021 as Zack Snyder's Justice League. A 4-hour version closer to the original intent. He appeared briefly in Black Adam in 2022, and there was a brief public period in which his return seemed assured before the studio changed direction entirely. Tyler Hoechlin, 2016 to 2024. Introduced on the television series Supergirl, Hoechlin's Superman proved popular enough to earn his own series, Superman and Lois, which ran for 4 seasons from 2021 to 2024. Its premise was genuinely new. Clark and Lois, married, in their 40s, move back to Smallville with their 2 teenage sons. It is a show about parenting, about a marriage under strain, about small-town economic decline, and about a man trying to be a good father while also being the most important person on Earth. It is the only adaptation to seriously explore Superman in middle age. And it is very good, and it is underwatched. David Corenswet, 2025. James Gunn's Superman was released on the 11th of July, 2025, the first film of the rebooted DC Universe. With Gunn writing and directing as co-head of DC Studios, it was made on a budget of around $225 million and grosses something in the region of $618 million worldwide. Its most notable structural choice was to skip the origin entirely. The film opens with Superman already established, having debuted publicly 3 years earlier in a world where metahumans have existed for centuries. There is no rocket, no Kansas childhood, no first flight. The audience is assumed to know all of it. Cornswet plays him bright, warm, occasionally flustered, and unmistakably kind. And the film is explicit about its thesis, which is that Superman's fundamental quality is not power, but decency. And that decency in a cynical age is a radical position rather than a naive one. Rachel Brosnahan plays Lois as a working journalist with genuine professional friction with Clark. Nicholas Holtz. Lex Luthor is a tech billionaire operating through media manipulation and public opinion. Krypto, the superdog, appears, badly behaved and enormously popular, modeled on Gunn's own rescue dog. The film also brought in Mr. Terrific, Metamorpho, Guy Gardner's Green Lantern, and Hawkgirl, using Superman's own picture to introduce an entire universe. John Murphy and David Fleming's score quotes the John Williams theme deliberately at key moments. The DCU has continued from there, with the Supergirl film starring Millie Alcock arriving in June of 2026, and Man of Tomorrow, a direct sequel pairing Superman with Luthor against Brainiac, scheduled for July of 2027. Step back from the whole line and a pattern emerges. Each era got the Superman it required. The 1940s needed a home front morale figure who could not win the war for us. Said, the 1950s needed a reliable adult in a stable suburb. 1978, after Vietnam and Watergate, needed someone sincere enough to make sincerity possible again. The 1990s needed a romantic comedy lead. 2013, in a post-9/11 cinematic landscape obsessed with realism and consequence, needed someone burdened. In 2025, after a decade of grim reboots and general cultural exhaustion, needed someone who was simply, uncomplicatedly good. He is a mirror. You look at the Superman of any given decade, and you are looking at what that decade was missing. Let It Dim Now, a dark theater, a projector running, and the same man walking out of the light in a different face every 20 years. I want to make an argument in this chapter, and it is a larger one than it might first appear. The argument is that Superman is not a fictional character in the ordinary sense. He is a myth in the technical sense, and he is one of very few genuine myths that the modern world has produced. Let me define the terms, because the word myth gets used loosely. A myth is not simply a very old story, and it is not a false belief. A myth is a story that a culture tells itself repeatedly in many versions by many authors over generations. In order to work out something it cannot state directly, the key features are these. There is no single authoritative version. The story is retold and altered constantly, and the alterations do not damage it. No individual author owns it. Its details contradict each other freely, and nobody minds. And it persists because it is doing a job, answering a question the culture keeps needing answered. By every one of those criteria, Superman qualifies, and almost nothing else invented in the 20th century does. Consider the versions. There is no canonical Superman. There is the 1938 social crusader who cannot fly. There is the 1960s god who moves planets and has a super monkey. There is Burns, Kansas farm boy. There is the Soviet one. There is the aging one in Kingdom Come. There is the dying one in All-Star. There is the one on your television who is worried about his teenage sons. Every one of these contradicts the others, and every one of them is Superman, and the contradictions bother nobody, exactly as the contradictions in Greek myth bothered nobody. Consider the authorship. Two men invented him and lost control of him within a year. And in the 87 years since he has been written by hundreds of people, none of whom owned him, all of whom added something. That is precisely how the Arthurian cycle was built. Nobody wrote King Arthur. A great many people wrote pieces of him over several centuries in several countries and languages, and the accumulated result became larger and stranger and more durable than any of its contributors. Consider the persistence. He has outlived the Great Depression, the Second World War, the Cold War, the collapse of the newsstand distribution system, the near death of the comics industry, 4 separate reboots of his own continuity, and his own literal death and funeral. Fashions in heroism have come and gone repeatedly, several of them explicitly positioned as replacements for him, and he has buried every one of them. So, he is a myth. The question is, what job he is doing. The most commonly cited framework is Joseph Campbell's monomyth. The hero's journey in Superman maps onto it almost embarrassingly well. The miraculous birth, the exile of the infant, the concealment of true identity, the humble upbringing among people not of his blood, the call to adventure, the journey to a place of isolation for revelation, which is the fortress, the mentor speaking from beyond death, which is Jor-El's recording, the return to the ordinary world bearing gifts, the trials, the death, and the resurrection. Campbell's book was published in 1949, 11 years after Action Comics #1, and it is unlikely that Jerry Siegel had any awareness of the pattern, simply reproduced it, because that pattern is what happens when a person tries to write a hero. But I think the monomyth reading, while accurate, is the least interesting one available, because it applies to nearly every adventure story ever told. Let me give you 3 sharper readings. The first is the immigrant myth, and it is the foundational one. We covered the Jewish specifics in Chapter 2, but the general form is broader than that, and it is the reason the character travels so well internationally. Superman's story is the story of arriving somewhere you were not born. Being raised in a culture your parents did not know, adopting a name that fits the new place. Learning to conceal the parts of yourself that would make people uneasy, and then, having done all of that, choosing to serve the country that took you in more faithfully than the people who were born there. The last part is the important part, and it is the part that the immigrant experience recognizes instantly. Superman's loyalty to Earth is a choice made freely by someone who owes it nothing and who could leave whenever he wanted. That is a very different kind of patriotism than the accident of birth, and it is arguably a deeper one. He is also, permanently, both things at once. He is never fully Kryptonian because he does not remember it, and he is never fully human because he cannot be. He lives in the hyphen. Anyone who's grown up between 2 cultures knows that room exactly. The second is the Christ reading, which is the one that took over. By the second half of the 20th century, popular culture had largely reinterpreted the character in Christian terms, and the film adaptations leaned into it hard. A father in the heavens sends his only son to a world in need. The son is raised in obscurity by a humble family in a rural place. He conceals his nature for roughly 3 decades. K begins a public ministry of miracles. K is doubted, feared, and rejected by the people he came to save. K dies. He returns. The 1978 film gives Brando's Jor-El a speech about sending them his only son. The 2013 film shows Superman floating in space with his arms out in a cruciform pose and takes care to establish He is 33 years old. Stages a conversation about faith inside a church with a stained glass image of Christ in the frame beside him. There is real irony in this, as we discussed. A character built by two Jewish sons of immigrants out of Samson and the Golem, and the immigrant experience was, over about 40 years, quietly assimilated into the majority culture's central story, which is, if you think about it for a second, precisely the thing that happens to immigrants, and there's nobody left to appreciate the joke. The third reading is the one I find most interesting, and it is about the nature of the fantasy itself. Most superheroes are power fantasies. That is not a criticism. It is simply a description of the form. The reader, who is not powerful, imagines being powerful. The mask lets you insert yourself. The revenge is satisfying. The genre exists, in large part, because being a person is frequently frustrating, and imagining being able to do something about it is pleasant. Superman is not that, or rather, he was that for about 2 years in 1938, when he was throwing slumlords off buildings, and then he stopped being it, because the fantasy Superman actually offers is not "I wish I could do that." It is "I wish someone would come." That is a completely different emotion, and it is much older, and it is much more childlike in the good sense of that word. It is the feeling of being small in a situation you cannot control, and hoping that something enormous and kind is going to arrive. It is what the golem was for. It is what guardian angels are for. It is the specific comfort of believing that the universe contains something powerful that is on your side. Every other superhero says you could be strong. Superman says you'll be caught. And that reframes the whole character, including the famous criticism. The criticism, which you will hear constantly, is that Superman is boring. He is too powerful, so there are no stakes. He is too good, so there is no conflict. He is a Boy Scout, a square, a relic. Here is why that criticism is wrong, and it is worth spelling out. First, it mistakes the genre, If you assume that superhero stories are about whether the hero can win the fight, then yes, a character who can move planets is dramatically inert. But Superman stories, when they are good, are almost never about whether he can win. They are about what winning costs, who he cannot save, what he has to choose between, and whether he can remain himself under pressure. The tension in a Superman story is moral, not physical. And if you are waiting for physical tension, you will be bored, the same way you would be bored by a courtroom drama if you were waiting for a car chase. Second, and more importantly, the criticism gets the difficulty backward. Batman is easy to write and easy to relate to, because Batman is driven. His parents were murdered, and everything he does flows from that wound, and the wound explains him completely. Trauma is a legible motivation. We all understand doing something because you are hurt. Superman has no wound. He lost a planet he never knew, and a species he never met. Nothing was taken from him that he can remember. He was raised by loving parents in a stable home in a beautiful place. He has no grievance, no vendetta, no compulsion, which means every single thing he does for no reason except that he decided to. That is much harder. That is much rarer. Anyone can be driven by pain. Almost nobody is good on purpose, day after day, with no injury pushing them and no reward waiting and no one checking. The reason people call him boring is that virtue without trauma is unfamiliar to us, and unfamiliar things read as flat until you look at them properly. There is one more piece to the myth, and it is the deepest, and it is the reason I think this character will outlive everyone reading this. Superman is an argument that power and kindness are compatible. Look at how thoroughly our stories deny that. Every myth we tell about power says it corrupts. The ring corrupts. The throne corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, and we repeat that sentence like scripture. Almost every powerful figure in fiction is either a villain, a tragic figure who is destroyed by their power, or a person who must give it up to remain good. And then there is one guy who has more power than any of them, who has had it his entire adult life, who is accountable to no one, and who spends his days catching falling people and going home to his wife and calling his mother. He is a counterexample. He is a standing argument that the corruption is not inevitable, that it is possible to be able to do anything and to choose freely over and over for a lifetime, to be gentle with it. Whether that is true about human beings is genuinely uncertain. History is not encouraging on this point. But it is worth noticing that for 87 years, in 100 million printed copies and a dozen films and 8 television series, in the middle of the most violent century in human history, our culture kept insisting on this one figure, kept redrawing him, kept refusing to let him be corrupted, no matter how many writers tried. That is not a marketing decision. Marketing would have killed him decades ago. Debt is a civilization holding on to something it needs to believe is possible. Let it get quiet now. The oldest stories are the ones about someone arriving in time. We have been telling that one since before we had writing around fires in caves, and we are still telling it, and now he wears blue. Try for a moment to imagine popular culture without him. No Batman, because Batman was created less than a year later by a company scrambling to replicate an unexpected hit. No Wonder Woman, no Flash, no Green Lantern, no Aquaman, no Captain America, because Timely Comics entered the superhero business specifically because Superman had proved there was a business. No Fantastic Four, no Spider-Man, no X-Men, no Hulk, because Marvel's 1960s Renaissance was a reinvention of a genre that had to exist first in order to be reinvented. No superhero films, which, as a category now, represent one of the largest revenue streams in the history of cinema. No Marvel Cinematic Universe. No costumed heroes on Saturday morning television. No capes at Halloween. No pajamas with a symbol on the chest. All of it downstream of 13 Catan pasted pages by 2 young men who were paid $130. Let me be specific about what he actually invented, because the influence gets described vaguely and it deserves precision. The secret identity, as we understand it. Masked heroes existed before. Certainly, Scarlet Pimpernel, Zorro, the Shadow, the Phantom. But Superman established the specific modern structure, a full civilian life with a job, an apartment, co-workers, and a name, running in parallel with a heroic identity with a dramatic tension living in the gap between them. Every superhero since operates on that architecture. The costume as identity, bright primary colors, form-fitting, with a symbol on the chest that functions as a brand. For Superman, adventure heroes wore adventure clothes. After Superman, they wore uniforms, and the uniform became the character. The trunks over the tights, which look bizarre now, came from circus strongmen and acrobats, and they persisted for 70 years purely because he did it first. The origin story as a mandatory narrative unit. The idea that a hero must have a specific, traceable event or circumstance that made them what they are, and that the audience must be shown it, comes from that one-page opening in 1938. It is now so standard across all of adventure fiction that we forget it was a choice. The moral code as a defining constraint. The rule against killing, the restraint. The self-imposed limitation that makes the hero's job harder is Superman's inheritance to the genre, the shared universe. The Superman office under Mort Weisinger built the first deeply interconnected fictional world in popular publishing with a supporting cast, a family of related titles, a consistent geography, and cross-referencing continuity. Every shared cinematic universe operating today is running a version of that model. And then there is the family, which is its own kind of legacy. Supergirl, Kara Zor-El, introduced in 1959, has become one of DC's most durable characters in her own right, with multiple comic runs, a 1984 film, a 6-season television series from 2015 to 2021 starring Melissa Benoist, and a 2026 DCU film starring Millie Alcock. Her core distinction from Superman is that she remembers Krypton, which makes her grief immediate rather than abstract. Superboy, in his various incarnations, including Kal-El, the clone introduced during Reign of the Superman, who became a mainstay of the Teen Titans and one of the more beloved characters of his generation. Steel, John Henry Irons, the engineer who built himself armor out of gratitude, who has appeared across comics, film, and television, and whose name is a deliberate reference to the folk hero John Henry. Krypto, who has survived from 1955 to a starring role in a major film in 2025, largely because a superpowered dog is an idea that cannot be killed. The Fortress of Solitude, which entered general English usage as a phrase meaning a private retreat, to the point where people who have never read a comic use it without knowing where it came from. Kryptonite, which entered the language as a common noun meaning a specific fatal weakness. People say it about themselves. Dictionaries list it. The Justice League, formed in 1960, with Superman as founding member and, more importantly, as moral anchor. The team's internal dramatic engine has always been the tension between what the most powerful being on Earth could do and what he permits himself to do, in the way that restraint constrains everyone around him, in the S itself, which is one of the most recognized graphic symbols on the planet, alongside a small handful of corporate logos, religious symbols, and national flags. In story, since the 1970s, it has usually been reinterpreted as a Kryptonian glyph, a crest of the House of El, most commonly translated as Hope, K, which is a lovely, retroactive justification for a design choice made because a letter reads well at small sizes on newsprint. Now, let me close the loop on the two men, because a chapter about legacy has two. Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster created the most valuable fictional character in the world, and were paid $130. They sued and lost and were fired and had their names removed. They lived through decades of obscurity, one of them nearly blind, both of them, at points, genuinely poor, while their creation generated fortunes on 3 continents. In 1975, after a public campaign led by other comics professionals, they got a modest annual stipend, medical coverage, and the credit line restored. Every Superman comic, film, and television program since has carried the words created by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, and that credit is now contractually permanent. Joe Shuster died in 1992. Jerry Siegel died in 1996. Joanne Siegel, who posed for the first drawings of Lois Lane in 1935 and married Jerry 13 years later, kept fighting for the estate until her death in 2011, in her 80s. Writing letters to studio executives about a deal her husband signed when he was 23. The estate litigation continued for years afterward, and eventually resolved in the company's favor on the core questions of ownership. So, the story does not have a satisfying ending in the legal sense. What it has instead is this: Superman's entire premise is that the powerful should protect the powerless, so that a person with everything should stand up for a person with nothing, and that the strong owe something to the weak. That idea was invented by 2 young men who were then comprehensively exploited by an entity vastly more powerful than they were, and who spent their lives with no one to stand up for them. You could call that irony. I think it is something else. I think it is the reason the idea has such force to people who were pushed around, who knew exactly what it feels like to be small in front of something enormous. Imagined a protector so completely that he outlived them and became the most famous person who never existed. They did not get justice. They got something stranger and larger. They got to put a permanent argument for justice into the middle of the culture, where it has sat ever since, refusing to leave, being repeated to children in every language on Earth. Their names are on it now. That took 40 years, and it took other people speaking up for them, which is, when you think about it, exactly how the whole thing was supposed to work. Rest there for a bit. A tree with very deep roots, in every branch a different hero, in every leaf a different story. And all of it growing out of one small idea that two kids had in a bedroom in Ohio. Every mythology accumulates objects, so places you can go, things you can hold, relics with histories attached to them. The Greeks had the labyrinth and the golden fleece and the shield with the gorgon on it. Arthur had the sword in the stone and the table and the grail. These things matter because a mythology needs furniture. It needs somewhere for the story to happen and things for the story to be about. Superman has accumulated a great deal of furniture over 87 years, and some of it is among the most evocative material in the whole mythos. Let me walk you through the important pieces slowly, because this is a good chapter for drifting. The Fortress of Solitude. The name predates Superman. Doc Savage, the pulp hero of the 1930s, had a fortress of solitude in the Arctic. And Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster were pulp readers, so the borrowing is almost certainly direct. Superman's version first appeared in a recognizable form in the 1940s as a mountain retreat, and was developed into its full glory during the Weisinger years in the 1950s. In the classic version, it sits in the Arctic, buried in ice, and the door is locked by a golden key, so enormous and so heavy that no human being could lift it. The key is left in plain sight, disguised as an aircraft marker, because the security is not concealment. The security is weight. Anyone strong enough to open the door was going to get in anyway. Speedy sighed. It is not a base of operations. That is the thing people get wrong. It is a museum. There is a Kryptonian archive containing the recorded knowledge of a dead civilization, held in crystals or dataspheres, depending on the era, including the recorded consciousness or interactive recording of Jor-El. There is a hall of statues, enormous figures of Jor-El and Lara holding a globe of Krypton between them, which Superman built himself, of parents he never met, from images. There is an interplanetary zoo containing alien creatures he has rescued from dying worlds and could not release anywhere. There is a trophy room with objects from his adventures. There is, in many versions, a memorial section for fallen friends. And there is the bottle. I mentioned candor earlier, and I want to come back to it here, in its proper place, because the fortress is where it lives. A Kryptonian city, stolen by Brainiac before the planet died, shrunk to microscopic scale and sealed under glass. Hundreds of thousands of people alive. They have a government, but hey, they have families. Children are born in there and grow up and grow old inside a bottle on a shelf in the Arctic. They can see him, several stories. They can speak to him. Some of them resent him bitterly for being free while they are not. For decades of continuity, Superman could not enlarge them. The technology did not exist, or it existed and would have killed them. So he kept them, and he visited them, and he checked the environmental systems, and he stood in front of the glass, looking at the last living fragment of his own people. And then he went back to Metropolis and put on a tie. There is no better image of grief in popular fiction than that shelf. Not loss, exactly. Something worse than loss. Preservation without access. The thing you want is right there, intact, and you cannot reach it, and you can never stop looking at it. Later stories did eventually enlarge candor, in various ways, in various continuities, sometimes to enormous consequence. Okay, and there was a whole extended storyline in 2008 and 2009 called New Krypton, in which 100,000 Kryptonians are restored to full size and establish a new world, which goes about as well as you would expect when 100,000 solar-powered gods arrive in a solar system that already has people in it. But the image that lasts is the bottle on the shelf. The standard origin, present in most versions since the 1940s, is that Martha Kent made it. In many tellings, she sews it from the blankets the infant was wrapped in, inside the rocket, which is a lovely detail because it means the costume is made from the last physical object that touched Krypton. The design elements each have a source. K, The tights and trunks come from circus, strongmen, and acrobats. K comes from swashbuckler serials and solves the artist's problem of showing motion in the air. The boots come from the same circus vocabulary. The colors were chosen for newsstand visibility on 4-color presses. The trunks were removed in the 2011 reboot, restored later, and their presence or absence is one of the more heated aesthetic debates in comics fandom, which tells you something about how much people care about this specific piece of clothing. The S has been retconned many times. Originally, it was simply an S for Superman, obviously. Beginning in the 1970s and codified in the 1978 film, it became the family crest of the House of L in the 2013 film. It is explicitly translated as a Kryptonian symbol meaning hope. Whether that is a satisfying explanation or an overreach depends on your taste, but it has stuck. Kryptonite. We covered it, but here in the artifact chapter, it is worth restating what it is, because familiarity has worn it down. It is his home. It is the remains of the planet, transmuted by the explosion, scattered across space, and drawn by gravity and trajectory into the same corner of the galaxy he was sent to. Every fragment is a piece of the world where he was born and where his parents died. It glows. It is beautiful. It is agony to be near and lethal to remain near. Consider what that means as a piece of storytelling. It's the only substance in the universe that can destroy him is his own past. Not his enemies. Not any weapon anyone built to stop him. Its origin, following him across space, killing him slowly whenever it catches up. That is the sort of image that 100 literary novelists have spent whole careers trying to construct, and it turned up in a 1940s radio serial as a scheduling convenience. The rocket. Small, built fast, in a panic, by a man who knew he was going to die. In most versions, it is a prototype not designed to carry a passenger, retrofitted in an afternoon. In many versions, it carries a message. In some, it carries a fragment of Kryptonian technology that later becomes the seed of the fortress. In the 1978 film, it is a crystalline object shaped like a star, and it hums. What it always carries is the same thing: an infant who does not know that anything has happened, and a father's voice recorded for a listener who will not be able to answer. The Phantom Zone, discovered by Jor-El, used by Krypton as a prison, and it is one of the most disturbing ideas in the mythology once you actually think about it. Prisoners in the zone are removed from physical existence. They have no bodies. They do not age. They do not hunger, sleep, or die. A. They can perceive the physical universe. K. In some versions, the physical universe can faintly perceive them, drifting at the edges of vision, like a reflection in a window. They cannot touch anything. Okay. They cannot speak to anyone. Okay. They cannot be released except from outside, which means every Kryptonian criminal sentenced to the zone before the planet's destruction watched it happen. They were floating in the void, disembodied, when the world ended. Okay. And they saw every city come apart and every person die. And they could not move and could not close their eyes and could not scream. And afterward, they simply continued to exist indefinitely in a place with nothing in it. That is where General Zod spent the intervening years, and people wonder why he is angry. That is worth remembering. The Kryptonian language. This one is a genuine oddity, because it exists in the real world in more detail than almost any other element of the mythology. Kryptonian writing appeared as decorative glyphs in the comics for decades without any consistency, just pretty alien squiggles drawn differently by every artist. Then, beginning in the 1990s and accelerating in the 2000s, DC actually commissioned and published complete writing systems for it with a defined alphabet, consistent character forms, and rules for transliteration into English. Fans decoded them, and background text in comics and films from that point forward has frequently contained real, readable messages for anyone willing to do the work. The 2013 film went further and hired a linguist to develop a functioning constructed language for the production. with vocabulary and grammar appearing on Kryptonian architecture and artifacts throughout. Okay? The 2025 film continued the practice, and there is a whole subculture of people who translate the writing visible in the background of individual shots. There is something charming about that. A civilization that never existed, invented in a hurry in 1939 to explain why a man could jump so high, now has a documented alphabet and a working grammar, developed by professional linguists and a population of hobbyists who can read it. The sunstone crystals, introduced primarily through the 1978 film and later imported into the comics. These are the crystalline data storage devices that carry Kryptonian knowledge. In the film, one is placed in the rocket with the infant, and when a young Clark throws it into the Arctic ice, it grows the fortress out of nothing over the course of a few seconds. The image of a structure growing itself out of a seed is one of the more beautiful pieces of design in the whole mythology, and it carries a nice idea underneath it. Jor-El did not send his son a weapon or a map or a fortune. He sent him a library compressed into a stone that would build a room around him and then explain who he was. The daily planet globe, an enormous rotating sphere on the roof of the newspaper building, and one of the most recognizable set pieces in the mythology. It has been knocked loose, caught mid-fall, and used as a landmark in probably 200 stories. It exists because a newspaper needs an emblem and because an artist in the 1940s needed something to make the skyline legible. Its symbolic function is nice, though, a globe on a newspaper. The whole world held up by the institution that tells you what is happening in it. The Signal Watch. Jimmy Olsen's from the 1940s radio program and comics. It emits an ultrasonic tone at a frequency only Superman can hear. And it is depicted in the comics with the sound effect of 3 repeated syllables that generations of readers can hear in their heads. It is a small object, and I love it because of what it means. The most powerful being on Earth gave a wristwatch to a young man he likes and told him that if he is ever in trouble anywhere in the world, press the button and I will hear you, and I will come. That is friendship rendered as technology, and it is a better summary of the character than any fight scene. The glasses. Everyone jokes about the glasses. It is the single most mocked element of the entire genre. How does nobody recognize him? Several in-story explanations have been offered over the years. The lenses are made from the rocket's transparent hull material and subtly distort his features. He uses a low-level hypnotic effect. It vibrates his facial muscles minutely. These are all bad, and they are all missing the point. The real explanation, which the better writers understand, is that the glasses are not the disguise. The glasses are a prop supporting a performance. Okay. The disguise is the slouch, the stammer, the apology, the fussiness, the deliberate averted eyes, the choice to be uninteresting. Christopher Reeve demonstrated this on film so completely that the question should have been retired in 1978. And beneath that, there's a deeper truth about how people actually see each other, which is that we mostly do not. We categorize: colleague, stranger, waiter. We assign a slot and then stop looking. Clark Kent's disguise works because the human attention span is short, and because nobody expects a god at the next desk, and because a man who has decided to be unremarkable is, in almost every practical sense, unremarkable. That is not a plot hole. That is an observation about loneliness, and it is fairly sharp. Let it all sit there in the dark now, a fortress under the ice with a golden key too heavy to lift. A bottle on a shelf with a city inside it. A wristwatch nobody can hear. A blanket sewn into a cape. Sleep well. There is an assumption buried in the phrase truth, justice, and the American way, and the assumption is that this character belongs to one country. It is worth spending some time on why that has never really been true, and on what happens to Superman when he crosses a border. Start with the phrase itself, because its history is more interesting than people assume. It did not come from the comics. It came from the radio program, and the American Way portion was not in the original formulation. The 1940s radio show described a never-ending battle for truth and justice. And the American Way was appended during the wartime years when nearly every piece of American mass media was doing something similar. It became fixed in the public memory, largely through the 1950s television series, where George Reeves said it weekly in front of a flag, and it has drifted in and out ever since. Different eras have used different formulations, and the character has periodically been given a broader statement of purpose to reflect a global readership. In 2021, DC formally revised the motto in its publications to Truth, Justice, and a Better Tomorrow, which produced a predictable round of public argument, and which was, in fairness, closer to what the character had actually been doing for decades. Because here is the thing that a global audience noticed a long time ago. Superman does not enforce policy. He catches falling people. He has no jurisdiction, no chain of command, and no flag on his uniform. He has repeatedly and explicitly refused to act as an instrument of any government. And several major stories have been built on exactly that refusal. In 2011, a short backup story in Action Comics number 900 had Superman announce that he intended to renounce his United States citizenship on the grounds that his actions were being read as American foreign policy and that he wished to act as a citizen of the world. It caused a brief media firestorm, was never followed up on, and was quietly ignored by subsequent continuity. But the fact that it was written at all tells you the tension was real and that the writers felt it, and the 2025 film built its entire plot around a version of that problem. Freeman intervenes to stop an invasion of one country by another, is condemned for acting without authorization, and is subjected to a manufactured public campaign painting him as a foreign agent operating outside any legitimate authority. The film's answer, essentially, is that he did the right thing, and that the process objection is being raised in bad faith by people who want the invasion to succeed, which is a fairly pointed piece of writing. Now, how does he actually travel? Enormously well, and here is why. Strip away the American iconography, and what remains is a story with almost no national content in it at all. A refugee child, adoptive parents, hidden identity, overwhelming capability paired with self-imposed restraint, a choice to protect strangers. There is nothing in that which requires a particular country, and every culture on Earth has some version of the protector figure. Superman has been published continuously in dozens of languages. He has been enormously popular in Latin America, where he is Superhammer or Superman depending on the market, in Europe, in Australia, in India, in the Philippines, in Japan, and across the Middle East. In Brazil, the comics have run continuously for generations. In Mexico, locally produced Superman material was published for decades under license, with its own distinct art and stories, developing a slightly different character than the American version. Turkey produced an infamously strange unlicensed film in 1979. India has had its own unauthorized adaptations, including one from 1987 featuring musical numbers, which is a genuine cultural artifact that has to be seen to be believed. There have been unofficial versions in a dozen countries. Because copyright enforcement across borders in the 20th century was patchy, and because the demand was there regardless. The character's Japanese reception is particularly interesting because Japan had and has its own enormously rich tradition of superpowered heroes, and Superman arrived into a market that did not need him and absorbed him anyway. Osamu Tezuka, the most influential figure in the history of manga, was working in the same decades, and while the lines of influence run in complicated directions, the shared DNA of the costumed hero is visible. There is also a rich and slightly uncomfortable history of Superman being used as a shorthand for America abroad, sometimes affectionately and sometimes as a critique. Political cartoonists in dozens of countries have drawn him for a century, sometimes as a rescuer, and sometimes as an intruder. Okay. That is what happens to a symbol. Okay. It gets picked up by people who did not make it and pointed in directions its creators would not have chosen. But here is what I find most striking about the global life of this character. The single most beloved Superman story in a great many countries is not one of the American triumphal ones. Okay? It is Red Sun, which relocates him to Ukraine, or All-Star Superman, which has no nationality in it at all and is about dying well. Or The Moment on the Ledge with the Girl, which requires no cultural context whatsoever. That is the tale. The parts of him that travel are the parts that were never about America to begin with. They are the parts about being from somewhere else and choosing to belong, about having power and being gentle with it, and about somebody arriving in time. There is one more dimension of the global reach worth mentioning, and it is the strangest one. Superman functions in many places as a genuine secular icon in the way that saints function in older cultures. Hospitals have used the character in pediatric wards for decades because children respond to the symbol. There are photographs widely circulated of window washers at children's hospitals dressed as Superman and other heroes rappelling down the outside of the building so that sick children can see them through the glass. Firefighters and police departments have used the imagery. There are photographs of the symbol drawn on casts, painted on hospital walls, and tattooed on people who have survived things. None of that is marketing. Nobody at a corporation authorized a maintenance worker in Texas to buy a costume from a party store and put it on before climbing onto a scaffold. Okay? That is people reaching for a symbol because the symbol does something for them. And it is the same impulse that has attached itself to protective figures in every culture in human history. He is not an American character anymore. Whatever the trademark filings say, he got away, the way myths always do. Rest here for a while. Somewhere in the world right now, it is morning, and somewhere it is the middle of the night. And in 100 languages, the same story is sitting on a shelf, waiting for somebody small to pick it up. We left the comics in 1993 with a resurrected Superman and a market that had just discovered he mattered. Let me walk you through what happened in the 30-odd years since, because the modern era contains one genuinely new development in a character who had been essentially fixed for 60 years, and it is worth arriving at slowly. The 1990s, after the death and return, were a period of experimentation that ranged from interesting to deeply strange. The wedding finally happened. Clark and Lois married in 1996 in Superman, the Wedding album, timed to coincide with the wedding on the Lois and Clark television series. It was the resolution of a courtship that had been running since April of 1938, and it fundamentally altered the character's domestic center of gravity. He was no longer a lonely alien with a secret. He was a married man who went home. There was also, in 1997 and 98, an episode that the fandom has never fully forgiven, in which Superman's powers were transformed into pure energy and he was split into two beings, Superman Red and Superman Blue, wearing containment suits. It lasted about a year. It is remembered mostly as an artifact of a decade in which every long-running character was given a radical redesign to generate sales, and in which almost all of those redesigns were reversed within 18 months. The 2000s brought a series of strong creative runs. Mark Waid's Birthright in 2003 and 2004 retold the origin for a new generation, reintroducing a warmer Krypton and giving Clark a period of wandering as a young journalist abroad before taking up the cape. Jeff Johns and Gary Frank's Secret Origin in 2009 and 2010 did it again, this time restoring Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes to his history and modeling the art on Christopher Reeve so that the comics version physically resembled the film version for the first time. Grant Morrison's All-Star Superman ran through this period, as we discussed, and Jeff Johns wrote a run in Action Comics that brought back Brainiac in a genuinely terrifying form, and then in a storyline called Brainiac, killed Jonathan Kent. That death mattered enormously. Jonathan had been alive in continuity since 1986, which meant an entire generation of readers had grown up with a Superman who could call his father. Johns took it away in a scene where Superman, having just saved the world, arrives home to find that his adoptive father has died of a heart attack in a field, out of sight, from something no amount of speed or strength could have prevented. He was fast enough to catch a falling city, and he was not fast enough for that. Then, in 2011, DC rebooted everything again. The initiative was called the New 52, and it canceled the entire line and relaunched 52 titles at number 1. With revised continuities and revised histories, for Superman it meant a younger, angrier, less experienced character. The marriage was erased. Lois and Clark were not together and had never been. The Kents were both dead. The costume was redesigned as Kryptonian armor with a high collar and no trunks. Grant Morrison wrote an opening arc in Action Comics that returned him to his 1930s roots as a rough social crusader in a t-shirt and jeans, going after corrupt landlords and abusive police, which was thrilling and which sat oddly alongside the rest of the line. The New 52 Superman is generally regarded as a mistake, and the reason is instructive. In stripping away the marriage, the parents, and the history, DC removed exactly the elements that made him human. What remained was a powerful young man with no anchors, and it turned out that a Superman without anybody waiting for him at home is a much less interesting character. They spent 5 years trying to fix it, including a strange interlude in which the character was depowered, and a period in which the pre-reboot Superman, the married one, appeared in the new continuity as a survivor from an erased timeline, living quietly in hiding with his Lois, raising a son. And that is where the genuinely new thing enters the mythology. His name is Jonathan Samuel Kent, named for Clark's adoptive father, and he was introduced in 2015. He is the son of Superman and Lois Lane, born human-looking, with Kryptonian abilities emerging in childhood. In 2016, DC published the initiative called Rebirth, which was explicitly a course correction. It restored the married, experienced, historically continuous Superman as the main version. Merged the timelines and brought the marriage and the son into full continuity. The comics from that point forward have been, in large part, about a family. I want to spend some time on this because it is the first structurally new idea and a character in decades, and because it is genuinely lovely. Superman as a father changes the emotional physics of the whole thing. For 78 years, the defining relationship in his life was the one he had with the world, the endless triage, the crushing responsibility, the loneliness of being the only one who can do it. A child reorders that. Suddenly, there is a specific person whose safety matters more to him than the abstract mass of humanity. And that is a moral problem the character had never had to face. It also completes a circle that had been open since 1938. The entire origin is about a father who could not save his son and did the only thing he could, which was to send him away in hope. Now that son is a father, and he is raising a boy who has the same abilities and the same difficulty and the same need to learn restraint before he learns power, and Clark is teaching him the things Jonathan Kent taught him in the Kansas field. There is a run by Peter Tomasi and Patrick Gleason from this era called Superman, in which the family lives on a farm and Clark teaches his son to control his abilities. And it is one of the warmest things the character has ever been given. There's a scene where a boy accidentally uses heat vision and destroys something and is terrified of himself, and his father, who has been that boy, tells him it is all right. Brian Michael Bendis took over the titles in 2018 and made a decision that split the fandom, aging John Kent from a 10-year-old to a teenager through a time travel storyline in order to make him usable as a young hero. In 2019, Bendis also had Superman publicly reveal his secret identity to the entire world. ending 81 years of concealment, which was an enormous swing and which produced some genuinely interesting stories about what happens to a man's life when the wall comes down. Since 2021, John has operated as Superman in his own title, Son of Kal-El, while his father spent a period off-world. And the character has been the subject of considerable public discussion after John was written as bisexual in that run. The current state of the comics, as of the middle of this decade, has generally settled into a stable configuration. Clark is married to Lois. He works at the Daily Planet. His son is an adult hero in his own right. He is experienced, secure, and unmistakably an adult, and the stories tend to be about legacy, about the world he is building, and about what he owes to people. It has, in other words, come back around to something like the classic version, enriched by a family. The pattern of the last 40 years is worth naming plainly, because it repeats. DC periodically decides that Superman is not selling, concludes that the problem is that he is too traditional, and strips away the elements that make him warm in order to make him edgier or younger or more relatable. It never works. The sales do not improve. And then they put the marriage and the parents and the newspaper job back, and the character recovers. The lesson, learned expensively and repeatedly, is that Superman's appeal has never been that he is exciting. It is that he is reliable. He is the fixed point. He is the one who does not change, in a genre and a culture that change constantly. Hey, if you make him change, you have removed the only thing he was for. Let it settle. A farmhouse, a man teaching a boy how to be careful. Somewhere far away and long ago, another man in another field teaching the same lesson to somebody else's son. Let me bring us all the way up to the present and try to say why any of this matters right now. The current moment for the character is, by most measures, a good one. The 2025 film reintroduced him to a mass audience and made a substantial amount of money doing it. The DC universe is building outward from him with a Supergirl film in 2026 and a direct Superman sequel scheduled for 2027. The comics are stable. Television work of the preceding decade, particularly Superman and Lois, was well regarded. There is a documentary about Christopher Reeve that reintroduced his story to people who had never known it. But the interesting thing about the present moment is not the commercial position, it is the argument the character is making, and the fact that it now reads as a provocation. Here is the situation. For roughly 2 decades, the dominant mode in popular storytelling has been deconstruction. The premise that has driven an enormous amount of prestige television, film, and comics is that heroism is a lie, that anyone with power is corrupt or will become corrupt, that institutions are hollow, that sincerity is a mask over self-interest, and that the sophisticated response to a person who claims to be good is suspicion. There has been a whole genre built specifically on the proposition that a Superman figure would inevitably be a monster. Multiple prominent series and films over the past 15 years have taken exactly that premise and run it out. What if the one with the powers was actually a predator, a narcissist, a corporate asset, a fraud? Those stories have been popular, and some of them have been very good, and they are not wrong about power. History is on their side. The record of what human beings do when they cannot be held accountable is not encouraging. In a genre that had spent 70 years cheerfully assuming otherwise, probably needed the correction. But something happens when deconstruction becomes the default. After the 20th story telling you that the hero is secretly rotten, the revelation stops being a revelation. It becomes the expected outcome. And at that point, the cynical reading is not a challenge to the consensus. It is the consensus. T is the safe position. Assuming the worst about people requires no courage at all, because you can never be embarrassed by it, which makes the unfashionable position genuinely interesting again, and that is where Superman is standing. The proposition is this: a person with unlimited capability and no accountability chooses freely, every day, for a lifetime, to be gentle. Not because he is being watched, not because he will be punished, not because he is broken and compensating, because he decided to, and he keeps deciding it. In 2025, that plays is almost confrontational, and the film knew it. Its central thematic statement, delivered near the end, is essentially that being kind in a world that has decided kindness is naive, is the most rebellious available act, not the strongest thing, the most rebellious. There is a reason that landed with audiences the way it did, and I think it has to do with exhaustion. People are tired, not in a way that a nap fixes. Tired of assuming the worst and being right about it. Tired of the reflex that treats every generous act as a manipulation and every sincere statement as positioning. Tired of a media environment that rewards contempt and punishes earnestness. Tired of having no available response to good news except to wait for the correction. And in two, that arrives a man who is straightforwardly good and does not have a secret. And a substantial number of people found that they had a much stronger reaction to it than they expected, not because it was surprising, because it was a relief. That is the actual cultural function of this character in the present moment. He is not an escape from the world. He is a proposition about it. He is the standing argument that decency is a live option, that it does not require you to be a fool, and that someone can hold enormous power and remain recognizable as a person. Whether that is true about actual human beings is a genuinely open question, and I'm not going to pretend to settle it in a bedtime story. The evidence is mixed, and always has been. But here is what I would offer instead. For 87 years, through the Depression, a world war, the atomic age, the Cold War, Vietnam, Watergate, the end of the Soviet Union, the internet, and everything since. A culture that has produced a truly astonishing amount of cynicism has kept insisting on this one figure. It has redrawn him thousands of times. It has killed him and brought him back. Has tried, repeatedly, deliberately, with real money and real talent behind it, to make him grim, to make him modern, to make him complicated, and every single time it has eventually put him back the way he was. That is not commercial inertia. Commercial inertia would have replaced him decades ago with something that tested better. That is a civilization refusing to let go of a hypothesis. There is one more thing worth saying about the present, and it is about who he is for. Before I get to that, one observation about the shape of the argument itself. The case against Superman is always made in the same voice, and it is a voice that presents itself as grown up. It says that the world does not work that way. It says that anyone who claims to be that good is selling you something. It says that the adult position is to expect less, and that expecting less is a form of wisdom rather than a form of surrender. And it is worth noticing that this voice has been making exactly the same speech for 87 years. It said it in 1938 when a comic about a bulletproof do-gooder was beneath the notice of serious people. It said it in the 1950s when a Senate subcommittee treated the whole medium as a public health problem. It said it in the 1990s when the market moved to anti-heroes with guns, and the industry consensus was that the Boy Scout was finished. It said it in the 2010s when the fashionable move was to deconstruct him. And in each of those decades, the voice was confident, and it was well argued, and it lost. Not because the argument was refuted. Nobody refuted it. It lost because a very large number of ordinary people, given the choice, kept choosing the other thing, quietly, without making a case for it, by buying the comic and watching the film and putting the symbol on the hospital wall. That is not nothing, It is, in fact, a fairly significant data point about human beings, gathered over nearly a century, at an enormous scale, without anyone designing the experiment. Now, who he is for. The people who love this character most intensely are, in my experience, not the people who identify with the power. They are the people who at some point in their lives were very small in a situation they could not control, and who needed something enormous and kind to arrive, and who did not get it, and who have carried that around ever since. For them, Superman is not a fantasy of being strong. He is a fantasy of being noticed. Out of all that noise, all those millions of voices, somebody heard one specific person and came. That is what a nurse means when she puts the symbol on a pediatric ward wall. That is what a man on a scaffold outside a hospital window in a costume is doing. That is what the panel with the girl on the ledge is about. And it is why that panel, out of tens of thousands of pages, is the one people keep reproducing. He's not a story about power. He never was. He is a story about being worth saving. And that is a story that does not go out of date, because there is no version of the world in which people stop needing to hear it. Let it get quiet. It is late, and the argument is very old, and it is still being made. Hey, and it is being made tonight somewhere by somebody who is not famous and who will not be thanked for it. There is one episode in this history that I have been saving, because it is the strangest and most consequential thing Superman ever did, and it did not happen in a comic book. It happened on the radio in June of 1946, and it involved the Ku Klux Klan. But to get there properly, we need to spend some time on the radio program itself, because most people today have no sense of how enormous it was. The Adventures of Superman premiered in February of 1940 and ran until 1951. At its height, it was broadcast 3 times a week, and later, daily, in 15-minute serialized episodes. And it reached an audience that dwarfed the comics. Comic circulation was in the millions. Radio audience was in the tens of millions. For most Americans in the 1940s, Superman was primarily a voice. The voice belonged to Bud Collyer, who did something clever that nobody had thought of before. He played Clark Kent in a light, pleasant, slightly hesitant tenor, and then, on the line about it being a job for Superman, he dropped his voice a full register into a resonant baritone. Its transformation happened in the middle of a sentence, live, with no editing. It was the audio equivalent of the phone booth, and it worked so well that it became the standard for every actor who followed. The program is also responsible for an astonishing proportion of the mythology. Flight came from here, and from the Fleischer cartoons. Kryptonite came from here. Jimmy Olsen was created here, because radio needs someone for the hero to explain things to. Perry White came from here. The opening narration, faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound, was written for this show. The phrase about the never-ending battle for truth and justice was written for this show, and the American way was added here during the war. The comics took all of it. The radio program was, for about a decade, the actual engine of the mythology, and the comics were downstream. Now, the important part, By 1946, the war was over, and the show's producers at Mutual Broadcasting and then ABC faced a problem that a great many wartime properties faced. Superman had spent 5 years fighting saboteurs and spies and foreign agents, and those enemies had just evaporated. What was he supposed to do now? The answer they arrived at was extraordinary, and it came from the top. The producers, particularly Robert Maxwell and the writing staff, decided that the post-war enemy would be domestic intolerance, racial and religious hatred in America, bigotry as a villain, treated exactly the way a costumed criminal would be treated. They ran a series of storylines through 1946 on that theme. One arc, called the Hate Mongers Organization, dealt with the group stirring up religious and ethnic hostility. Another dealt with anti-Semitic and anti-Catholic agitation, And then, beginning on the 10th of June, 1946, they ran a 16-part serial called The Clan of the Fiery Cross. The story concerns a Chinese-American family, the Lees, who move into Metropolis. The son, Tommy Lee, is a talented young baseball player who displaces a white boy from the starting position on a youth team. The displaced boy's uncle is a leader in a hooded organization called the Clan of the Fiery Cross, and the family becomes the target of a campaign of harassment, cross burnings, and threats. Superman investigates and dismantles the organization. The reason this is remembered is what the writers put into it. The serial did not present a generic fictional hate group. It used ritual terminology, organizational structure, code words, and internal procedures that were presented as authentic. And it presented the leadership as cynical operators, running the whole thing as a money-making scheme, extracting dues and robe fees from members they privately held in contempt. The traditional account, repeated for decades, is that this material came from an activist named Stetson Kennedy, who claimed to have infiltrated the Klan in Georgia and fed its secrets to the radio program, specifically so they could be broadcast to a national audience of children. Kennedy told this story in his own books, and it was popularized much later in a best-selling economics book in 2005, and it became one of the most beloved anecdotes in American popular history. Superman defeated the Klan by making it ridiculous to children. I have to be honest with you about this one, because the honest version matters. Subsequent research, most notably by the journalist and historian who examined Kennedy's papers in the 2000s, established that Kennedy substantially overstated his own role. He did do genuine anti-Klan work, and he did assist investigators, but much of what he presented as first-hand infiltration was drawn from the work of other informants, and his direct connection to the radio program appears to have been considerably thinner than he claimed. The producers had multiple sources, including published exposes and cooperation with anti-defamation organizations. So the tidy version, one brave man handed Superman the Klan's secrets, is not accurate. What is accurate is arguably more interesting. In June of 1946, the most popular children's radio program in the United States, sponsored by a breakfast cereal, broadcast 16 consecutive episodes in which the hero fights a hooded white supremacist organization that is unmistakably the Ku Klux Klan, portrays its leadership as frauds, portrays its members as dupes, and centers the story on an Asian American family being terrorized for existing. This was 1 year after the end of a war in which Japanese Americans had been interned by their own government. It was during a period when Klan membership was seeing a post-war resurgence in parts of the South. It was in a country that was still nearly 2 decades away from the Civil Rights Act. In a mass medium that was extraordinarily cautious about controversy because it depended entirely on advertiser goodwill, and they did it anyway, and it was a ratings success, and they kept doing it. The show continued running anti-bigotry storylines afterward. It received awards and commendations from civic and religious organizations. There were reports of Klan-affiliated groups organizing boycotts of the sponsor's products, which is its own kind of testimonial. The reason it worked, and the reason it belongs in this history, is a point about how mythology functions. You cannot argue a child out of a prejudice they have absorbed from the adults around them. Argument does not work on that. But you can put the hero, the one the child already loves, the one whose voice they wait for 3 times a week, on the other side of the question. And you can make the hooded men the villains, and make them not frightening but pathetic, sweaty men in bed sheets running a con on their own neighbors. A child who has spent 16 episodes watching Superman treat those men as contemptible has learned something that no lecture would have installed. That is what myths are for. They do not persuade. They preload. There is one more piece of radio history worth mentioning, and it is smaller and gentler. Throughout the wartime and post-war years, the program ran public service announcements woven directly into the stories. Superman told children to buy war stamps and to participate in scrap drives, but he also told them, repeatedly and directly, that anyone who tells you a person is inferior because of their race or religion is lying to you, and that the strength of the country lies in the fact that its people come from everywhere. A character created by 2 Jewish sons of immigrants, voiced by an actor in a studio in New York, telling millions of American children in 1946 that bigotry is a scam being run on them by people who want their money. That is not the sort of thing that shows up in the highlight reel. It is one of the most consequential things this character ever did, and it fits exactly with what he was in 1938. Before the flight, before Krypton had a name, before the fortress and the multiverse and the film budgets, he was the champion of the oppressed. And his enemies were slumlords and corrupt officials and men who hurt people who could not fight back. He got very large after that. Planets and gods and cosmic crises. But the original job description never actually changed. And every so often, in a radio studio or a comic panel or a film, he goes back and does the original job again. Rest here for a bit. A wooden radio cabinet in a living room in 1946. A family sitting around it after dinner. A voice that drops half an octave in the middle of a sentence. And a child on the floor in front of it, absorbing something that will still be in there 60 years later. There is a configuration in DC Comics that fans call the Trinity, and it consists of 3 characters who arrived within 3 years of each other at the very beginning and who have anchored the entire enterprise ever since. Superman in 1938, Batman in 1939, Wonder Woman in 1941. They survived the collapse of the superhero market in the late 1940s when almost nothing else did. By 1951, when the golden age was ending and the racks were being taken over by crime and horror and romance, those 3 were essentially the only DC superheroes still in continuous publication. Everyone else was canceled or dormant. That survival is not an accident, and understanding why they lasted tells you a great deal about what Superman actually is. It's because you can only really see the shape of him when he is standing next to the other 2, Superman and Batman. They are, by an enormous margin, the most important friendship in the medium. And a relationship has been written in every possible register over 85 years. In the 1950s and 60s, they were simply best friends, appearing together every month in World's Finest Comics, going on adventures with no tension between them whatsoever, occasionally sharing an apartment for plot reasons, cheerfully solving problems as a team. It was uncomplicated and warm, and it ran for decades. Then, in 1986, Frank Miller published The Dark Knight Returns, and it broke the relationship permanently and probably for the better. In that story, set in a bleak near future, Superman has become an instrument of the United States government, deployed as a strategic asset, while Batman has come out of retirement to wage a war on crime in Gotham that the authorities cannot tolerate. And the 2 of them fight, and the fight is not friendly, and the ideological content of it has shaped every subsequent depiction. Since then, the standard dynamic has been productive friction, and the friction is real because they disagree about something fundamental. Batman believes that people are dangerous and must be planned for. He has contingencies for every hero he knows, including Superman, because he has concluded that anyone can be compromised, corrupted, mind-controlled, or replaced, and that the only responsible position is to assume the worst and prepare accordingly. He operates from fear, and he knows he operates from fear, and he considers it the rational response to what he has seen. Superman believes that people are basically decent and should be given the chance to prove it. He operates from trust, and he keeps operating from trust even after being repeatedly betrayed, because the alternative is a world in which nobody is ever given a chance. The famous articulation of this, which appears in various forms across many stories, is that Batman keeps a piece of kryptonite in a lead-lined box, and that Superman knows about it and gave it to him. That detail is the whole relationship. Batman needs the insurance, and Superman, understanding that, hands him the weapon himself, 'cause he would rather his friend feel safe than be defenseless against him, and because he genuinely believes he might one day need to be stopped. That is not a rivalry. That is 2 people who love each other, and who have completely different operating assumptions about human nature, and who have agreed to keep working together anyway. There is a version of this that gets it wrong, and you see it periodically, in which Batman is presented as smarter, tougher, and morally superior because he is more cynical, and Superman is presented as a naive dupe. That reading is very popular with a certain kind of reader, and it is a misunderstanding of both characters. Batman is not the mature one. Batman is a man who has been so badly hurt that he cannot stop preparing for the next injury. And every version of the character who is written well knows this about himself and considers it a wound rather than a philosophy, the most emotionally intelligent formulation, which has appeared in several stories in different words, is that Batman thinks Superman is the best of them, and Superman thinks Batman is the bravest, because Superman is not actually afraid of anything, and Batman is afraid all the time and goes anyway. Superman and Wonder Woman. The relationship here is different and less frequently examined, and it is genuinely interesting. Diana is not from Earth either, in the sense that matters. She comes from Themyscira, a hidden island of Amazons, and she arrived in the world of men as an adult, fully formed, with a mission and a culture and a set of values that were not learned here. She is the only member of the Trinity who did not have to hide what she was, and the only one who has never had a secret identity in any durable sense, which makes her Superman's opposite in a specific way. He assimilated completely and conceals himself constantly. She arrived openly and has never once pretended to be anything other than what she is. They also disagree about force. Diana is a warrior in a tradition that considers combat honorable, and she carries a sword, and she will use it. Superman will not. That difference has produced some of the better arguments in the shared universe, particularly in stories where a villain cannot be contained by any method short of lethal force, and the two of them have to decide what to do. And she is, in many stories, the only person in the world who can meet him physically. Batman is a peer, intellectually and morally, and could not survive 10 seconds of a physical confrontation. Diana can. She is one of very few beings on the planet who has never had to be handled carefully. And there is a real freedom in that for a man who spends every waking moment moderating his grip. Various writers have explored a romance between them, most notably in the New 52 era when they were paired for several years. Most readers rejected it, and I think the reason is instructive. The relationship works better as a friendship between equals precisely because it is the only relationship in his life where power is not a variable. Making it romantic collapses something useful. The best writing of the two of them together tends to be about mutual recognition. Two immigrants from vanished or hidden civilizations, both of whom chose this world and its people, standing in a place where nobody else can quite reach them. The three of them together. The way they are usually arranged, thematically, is as a set of three answers to the same question, which is how do you respond to a broken world? Batman's answer is discipline. He was hurt, and he responded by remaking himself into an instrument, and he wages a personal war with no expectation of ever winning it. It's virtuous persistence in the absence of hope. Wonder Woman's answer is truth. She came from a culture of peace into a world at war with a mandate to teach, and she confronts, argues, fights, and holds people to a standard. Her virtue is moral clarity. Superman's answer is faith. Not religious faith, but the working assumption that people are worth the effort, sustained in the face of substantial contrary evidence, indefinitely. His virtue is that he does not give up on us. There is a wonderful formulation that circulates in various forms, which goes roughly like this. Batman is what we fear we might have to become. Wonder Woman is what we ought to be, and Superman is what we hope we could be. I do not know who said it first. It is close enough to right that it does not matter. The Justice League, founded in 1960 and reformed a dozen times since, is built on that triangle. And the recurring internal drama of the League has always been the same one. What does it mean to have the most powerful being on the planet on your team? And what does it mean that he holds himself back? And what happens to everyone's authority if he ever stops? The answer that the best league stories arrive at is that Superman's restraint is what makes the team possible. If he ever decided that he knew better, there would be no discussion, because there would be no way to argue with him. His willingness to be outvoted by people he could snap in half is the entire basis of the league's legitimacy. He's the most powerful member, and he defers. That is not weakness. That is the only thing that keeps a room full of gods from becoming a government. Let it settle, okay? 3 figures standing in a dark room with a table between them, disagreeing and staying anyway. She was in Action Comics #1 in April of 1938. She was already a working professional with more nerve than caution. She is physically fearless in a way that borders on reckless, and she is constitutionally unable to leave a story alone. She walks into the burning building. She gets on the plane. She goes to the warehouse at 2 in the morning by herself. The reason she gets into so much danger is not that she is a damsel. The evolution of the character tracks American attitudes toward working women almost exactly, and it is not always a comfortable history. In the Silver Age, she was frequently reduced to a woman scheming to prove Clark's identity or trick him into marriage. And those stories are genuinely unpleasant to read now. And Superman's treatment of her and them, the elaborate deceptions staged to teach her a lesson, is indefensible. From the 1970s forward, writers steadily rebuilt her, and the modern Lois is usually presented as a Pulitzer-caliber investigative journalist who is professionally more decorated than Clark and who does not need rescuing nearly as often as her reputation suggests. The relationship changed permanently in 1991 when he just told her deliberately, because the writers had correctly concluded that a decades-long deception at the center of a romance is not romantic. It is corrosive. They married in 1996, and what emerged from that decision is, I think, the single best thing about the modern character. Because think about what it means for him to have someone who knows. He spends his life among people who see either a mild-mannered reporter or a symbol in the sky, and neither of those is him. And who can look at the man at the next desk and see the being who moved a mountain last Thursday? She is the only place he gets to be a whole person, and she is not impressed by him, which is crucial. She has seen him do impossible things so many times that it has become domestic. She will tell him he is being an idiot. In a life where everyone either worships or fears him, she is the one who is simply unimpressed and stays anyway. That is the marriage. Jimmy Olsen. He became the cub reporter and photographer at the Daily Planet, the youngest person in the building. And he is usually played somewhere between eager and hapless. The Silver Age gave him his own comic, Superman's pal, Jimmy Olsen. Jimmy was transformed into a giant turtle man, a werewolf, a human porcupine, a bearded genie, and an elastic lad. He married a gorilla in at least one story. Jack Kirby took the title over in 1970 and used it to launch his entire Fourth World mythology. Beneath the absurdity, his function is simple and important. He is the ordinary person. He has no powers, no genius, no wealth, and no destiny. He is a young man with a camera who works hard and gets in over his head constantly, and Superman likes him. That is worth saying plainly. A junior employee at a newspaper who is enthusiastic and frequently in trouble. And he gave him the watch, a signal that Superman can hear from anywhere in the world, given to a young man with no particular importance, with a standing promise that if he ever presses it, someone will come. Perry White, the editor, quaff, ethical, permanently exasperated, and entirely uninterested in celebrity, including Superman's. He shouts about deadlines. He kills stories that are not sourced. Perry yells at Superman about a late expense report, and Superman takes it. Because in that room, he is a staff writer, and Perry is the editor, and the rules of the room are the rules. There is also something quietly important about Perry as a representative of the institution. He believes in the newspaper, in a story about a man who could fix everything by force. Perry stands for the slower method, and Clark chose to work for him. Jonathan and Martha Kent. We have talked about them, but they belong here at the end. Everything Superman is, they made. Not the powers, which came from a star. The rest of it, the strength, the humility, the refusal to consider himself above anyone. They were not remarkable people. They were farmers who struggled financially in a small town with no education in ethics beyond what they had worked out themselves. And they raised the most powerful being in the universe, and he came out kind. And that is the single most improbable event in the entire mythology. More improbable than the rocket or the yellow sun. The best writers have understood that Jonathan Kent's teaching is almost never verbal. It is a boy watching his father help a neighbor who cannot pay, and Martha, who made the suit on a kitchen table out of the blankets he arrived in the versions where they live into his adulthood, which is most modern versions. The recurring image is a grown man who spends his days holding up buildings. Sitting at a kitchen table in Kansas, being told he looks tired and asks whether he is eating. That is the center of it, because somebody is expecting him for dinner, and he has never wanted to disappoint them, and everyone else. The ones with no names, the man on the 9th floor, the passengers on a flight who never knew how close it was. It's a kid in a hospital bed who saw something outside the window. There are, across 87 years of stories, an uncountable number of them. They are the actual point. They are. He is just the part that shows up. Let it get quiet now. A newsroom after hours with one light on. A kitchen table in Kansas. A woman who is not impressed and stays anyway. And a wristwatch in a drawer that nobody has needed to press in a while. There is a point at which a fictional character stops being contained by fiction and starts showing up in the physical world, in language, on maps, in laws, in hospitals, in places where no story is being told. Superman crossed that line a very long time ago, and I want to spend our last chapter before good night tracing where he ended up. In the language, kryptonite is a word in the dictionary, not as a proper noun referring to a comic book substance, but as a common noun meaning a specific and personal weakness, particularly one that undoes an otherwise formidable person. People use it about themselves in conversations that have nothing to do with comics. Sports commentators use it. Business writers use it. It entered general usage sometime in the mid-20th century, and it has never left, and the great majority of people who use it have never read a Superman comic. Fortress of Solitude entered general usage the same way, meaning a private retreat where a person withdraws to be alone. And it is used by people who could not tell you it belongs to Superman, and who would be surprised to learn it originally belonged to Doc Savage before that. Superman itself, as an adjective for effort or capability, predates the character in philosophical usage, but was thoroughly redefined by him. Nobody hearing the word today thinks of Nietzsche, they think of a cape. And there are the phrases: faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, look up in the sky. This is a job for Superman. All of them were written for a radio program in 1940 by people whose names most listeners never learned. And all of them are still in circulation 86 years later. There is a town in southern Illinois called Metropolis. Its population around 6,000, sitting on the Ohio River. It was named in 1839. It's 99 years before Action Comics #1, and the coincidence sat there doing nothing for over a century. Then in 1972, the town, with cooperation from DC Comics, decided to lean into it, and the Illinois General Assembly passed a resolution officially declaring Metropolis the hometown of Superman. There is now a 12-foot bronze statue of him in the town square, installed in 1993 and funded largely by engraved bricks bought by residents. replacing an earlier 7-foot fiberglass version that vandals had repeatedly shot at. There is a super museum. There is an annual Superman celebration every June that brings tens of thousands of visitors to a town of 6,000 people. The local newspaper is called the Metropolis Planet. None of this was planned by anyone. A small river town in Illinois has an economy partly built on a name it was given in 1839, cause of a comic book published a century later. Cause a young man in Cleveland liked the sound of a Fritz Lang film title. Cleveland, for its part, has done a great deal in recent decades to reclaim its role. The house on Kimberly Avenue in the Glenville neighborhood where Jerry Siegel lived, and where Superman was created, still stands and was restored through a fundraising effort in the 2000s, led by comics professionals and writer Brad Meltzer. There is a marker there. Joe Shuster's home site nearby has a commemorative fence and signage. There is a permanent Superman display at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport, so that the first thing many visitors to the city see is an acknowledgement that the whole genre started here. The city has installed markers, and there have been ongoing efforts toward a fuller memorial. There is a real poignancy in the geography of it. Two boys who could not sell their idea, in a neighborhood of immigrant families, in a Depression-era city, and now there are historical markers on the sidewalks. In the mail. The United States Postal Service issued a Superman stamp in 1998 as part of a set commemorating the 1930s, and again in 2006 in a set of DC Comics superheroes. Canada has issued Superman stamps with a particular claim to him through Joe Shuster's Toronto birth, including a set in 2013 marking the 75th anniversary. A character invented for a 10-cent periodical is on government tissue postage in 2 countries at the fair. On the 3rd of July, 1940, the New York World's Fair held Superman Day. There was an appearance by an actor in costume. There were athletic competitions. Tens of thousands of people attended. This was 2 years and 2 months after the character's first appearance. 2 years. That is how fast it happened. In the record books. Guinness World Records has recognized Superman in multiple categories over the years, including the longest continuously published comic book character, and Action Comics #1 holds records related to comic book auction prices. In the hospitals, this is the one that matters most, and it is the least commercial. For decades, window washers at children's hospitals in cities around the world have dressed as superheroes. Superman most frequently, and rappelled down the outside of buildings so that sick children can see them through the glass. There are photographs from hospitals in the United States, Britain, Brazil, and elsewhere. Nobody organized this centrally. Maintenance companies started doing it independently, and it spread because it works. Pediatric wards paint the symbol on walls. Children going through long treatments have it drawn on casts and on the bandages over ports. Charities exist specifically to send costumed volunteers to hospital rooms. There are photographs widely shared of children in hospital gowns with a cape safety pinned to the shoulders. There is a whole informal tradition of a nurse or a parent tying a red towel around a small back before a difficult procedure. None of this is licensed. None of it generates revenue. It happens because the symbol got into the culture so deeply that people reach for it. Instinctively, in moments when they need to give a frightened child something to hold. That is what a myth looks like from the outside, not a franchise. It's an object that ordinary people pick up and use without permission because it does something for them. In music and in argument, dozens of songs reference him, from novelty records in the 1940s through rock, hip-hop, and pop across every decade since. He turns up as shorthand in political cartoons in every country with the press. He is invoked in courtrooms as an example, in classrooms as an ethics case study, and in sermons of at least 3 religions. Philosophy departments teach him. There are academic books on the theology of Superman, the legal status of Superman, the immigration politics of Superman. There are peer-reviewed papers about him. There is a serious body of scholarly literature about a character who was created to sell 10-cent comic books to children during the Great Depression. And in the ordinary places, somebody has the S tattooed over a surgical scar. Somebody has it on a keychain their father gave them. Somebody has a beaten-up plastic figure on a desk in an office that has nothing to do with any of this. And if you asked them why, they would have to think about it for a moment. There are children right now in every country on earth who have never read a comic book and who could draw the symbol from memory. Here is what I take from all of this. Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster made something and then lost it comprehensively for $130 and spent decades in obscurity while it grew. And what it grew into is not really a property, whatever the trademark filings say. Scott loose, squeaked. It went into the language and onto the map and into the hospitals and onto people's skin. And it is doing work out there that nobody is charging for and nobody can stop. That is the closest thing to justice the story offers. They did not get the money. They got something that money cannot construct, which is an idea that people reach for on their own, in the moments that actually matter, without being asked to. Two kids who were the smallest in their school made a thing that a frightened person can hold on to. It is still working. It will still be working when everyone alive tonight is gone. Let it get very quiet now. A hospital window at night. A red towel tied around a small pair of shoulders. A symbol on a wall in a room where somebody is having a hard week. And a name in a dictionary that started as a joke about a rock. We have come a long way tonight, so let me gather it all up and set it down gently. We started in Cleveland in the winter, in a neighborhood of immigrant families, with two nearsighted boys who were the smallest kids in their school and who found each other over a shared love of cheap magazines about rocket ships. One of them lost his father to violence in a small shop when he was 17. They were rejected for 5 years. Every syndicate in America passed. One of them burned a version of the pages in a furnace out of frustration, and then a struggling publisher needed 13 pages fast. They cut their newspaper strip apart with scissors and pasted it into a comic book, and they signed away everything for $130. And on the 18th of April, 1938, a man in a red cape appeared on a newsstand holding a car over his head. Nothing has been the same since. He could not fly at first. He leapt. He fought slumlords and corrupt politicians and men who beat their wives, and they called him the champion of the oppressed. He learned to fly because animation is easier that way. He acquired a planet, a name, a fortress, a dog, a cousin, a bottled city, and a rainbow of poisonous rocks. He went to war and lost the eye exam on purpose. He fought the Klan on the radio in 1946 with a breakfast cereal paying for it. He became a god in the 1960s and moved planets and grew unbearably lonely at the top of the world. He was put on trial in 1972 for helping too much. He got a face in 1978, a face so right that it is still the face. He watched his universe burn in 1985 and was rebuilt in 1986 as a farm boy from Kansas who wears a cape to work. And two old men who invented all of it spent 40 years trying to get their names back, and eventually, because other people spoke up for them, they did. That is the history. Here is what I think it means. The entire character rests on a single decision that gets made over and over. Not the decision to be strong, which he did not make. Not the decision to come to Earth, which he did not make either. He was an infant, asleep in a container. The only real choice available to him ever was what to do with what he was given. He goes toward the danger, puts himself between it and whoever cannot survive it, And then he goes home and has dinner and does not talk about it much. There is a version of this story where that is boring. I hope by now you can see why it is not, It is the hardest thing in the world, and almost nobody does it. And the fact that we have spent the better part of a century insisting on a figure who does say something hopeful about us that we do not often get to say. Let me put a few more things down before we go, because they have been accumulating all night and they belong here at the end. The first is about the shape of the whole history, which I want you to notice. Every single major development in this character came from somebody solving a small practical problem badly and accidentally producing something enormous. He flies because leaping was hard to animate. Kryptonite exists because an actor needed a vacation. The costume is those colors because the printing presses were cheap. Jimmy Olsen exists because radio characters cannot think silently. Lex Luthor is bald because somebody drew the wrong man. None of it was designed. All of it was improvised under deadline by working people who were mostly underpaid and who did not believe they were making anything permanent. And out of 87 years of accumulated accident and compromise and commercial pressure came a coherent figure who now functions as a genuine moral touchstone for a substantial portion of the human species. That is how mythologies have always been built. Nobody sat down and designed Odysseus. Nobody drew up a plan for Arthur. They accreted in fragments over generations. Out of the practical needs of people making a living by telling stories in front of audiences who wanted to be entertained. And what survived the accretion was whatever kept working. Superman is the first mythology we have watched assemble itself in real time, with dates and receipts and named authors and lawsuits. And it turns out the process is exactly as messy as we always suspected, and the result is exactly as durable as the old ones. The second thing is about what does not change. Take everything away. Take the powers, as Alan Moore did with the gold kryptonite. Take the planet, as most versions do, before he can remember it. Take the country and put him in Ukraine, as Red Sun does. Take his youth and give him 40 extra years in grief, as Kingdom Come does. Take his life, as they did in 1992. Take his future and give him a terminal diagnosis, as All-Star Superman does. Take his secret and tell the whole world, as the comics did in 2019. Under every one of those conditions, the same thing happens. Somebody is in danger, and he goes. Writers have been running that experiment for the better part of a century, from every angle, some of them explicitly trying to break him, and the result comes back identical every time. That is not lazy writing. Hey, that is a demonstration. The third thing is the one I actually want you to take to sleep with you. You are not going to be Superman. Neither am I. Nobody's going to fly, and nobody's going to catch a falling building. And the strength required for the impossible parts is not available to us. But almost everything that actually matters about him is available. Noticing is available. Out of all the noise, picking out the one person who needs something and going to them, strength is available. The daily, unglamorous discipline of not using whatever advantage you happen to have. Whether it is money or position, or simply being the loudest person in the room. And staying kind is available, which is the hardest one and which gets harder every year that you are alive and paying attention. That is the whole power set, minus the flying. And none of it requires a yellow sun. Not the planet moving, okay? Man walking, not flying, over to somebody who is having the worst day of their life, sitting down, saying a true thing gently, and putting his arms around her. Every one of us can do that one. So let me leave you with the images, and then let you go. A basket in a river, and a woman finding it in the reeds. A figure of clay rising in a Prague alley to stand in a doorway. Two boys in a bedroom in Cleveland in the winter, one writing and one drawing, with the lake wind pushing against the window and a single lamp on between them, and neither of them with the faintest idea, and a kid reaching past 3 other magazines to get to the one with the car on the cover. A small ship coming apart from a world that is coming apart, threading out through the light, with a sleeping child inside who does not know that anything has happened. Behind him, a red sun going out. Ahead of him, a yellow one, still years away, getting brighter by a fraction every day for the whole long crossing. A council chamber where the elders will not listen, and a man walking out of it knowing exactly how much time is left. Kansas at dusk. Long gold light across the wheat, the kind that only happens for about 40 minutes and turns everything the color of an old photograph. A red barn and a white house and a gravel drive with a mailbox at the end of it. A boy in the yard who has just left the ground for the first time and come down laughing. And a woman at the kitchen window who is not surprised and not afraid, thinking about supper. A man in a field somewhere teaching a boy that being able to do a thing is not a reason to do it, and not making a speech out of it, just saying it once and going back to work. A blanket from a rocket, sewn on a kitchen table into something a mother hopes will keep her son safe. An ice fortress at the top of the world, buried, with a golden key lying in plain sight, because the only lock that matters is weight. And inside it, on a shelf, a bottle with a city in it. Hundreds of thousands of people living their entire lives behind curved glass, children being born in there and growing old, and a man standing in front of them in a quiet, checking the environmental systems, unable to go in. A globe turning on a roof above a city that mostly works. An editor shouting about the front page, and a reporter who is not afraid of anything walking straight into the story anyway. And a child on the floor absorbing something about hooded men that will still be in there 60 years later. A dark theater in December of 1978. The lights go down, the brass comes in, and a whole room of tired people lean forward at exactly the same moment. A young man in a chair, unable to move or breathe on his own, telling a boy on a television set his real name for the first time. With fewer than 2 years left and no intention of leaving the set early, torn cape hanging from a broken pole in an empty street, moving a little in the wind, in a city that has gone completely silent, standing there with nothing to say. A hospital window 11 floors up at night, and a man on the scaffold outside it in a costume he bought himself, waving through the glass at a child inside who is very sick and who is, for about 90 seconds, completely delighted. A red towel safety pinned to a small pair of shoulders before a hard procedure. A girl on a ledge, and a man who does not fly over. Who walks, who sits down next to her, and who tells her that her doctor was delayed and is coming, and that she is much stronger than she thinks she is, and that she is never as alone as she believes, and who puts his arms around her. That is the whole thing, and more money than anyone can count have been circling around. One person noticing another person out of all the noise and going to them. So here is where I leave you tonight. The lights are spread out below him in long orange grids, the avenues running one way and the cross streets the other, and here and there a river cutting through it all in black. There is a plane on final approach, a few miles off with its landing lights on, descending at exactly the rate it should be, and it is fine. There is a delivery truck idling at an intersection, and a man walking a dog in a window on the 14th floor of a building where somebody is still awake and reading. There are 8 million people down there, and almost all of them are asleep. He is listening. He is always listening. Every conversation, every siren, every alarm, every heartbeat in every apartment, in every building. It is a strange thing to have. Not the strength, the vantage, to be able to see a city from above at 3 in the morning and know that it is going to be all right until at least the dawn, and to have nothing to do about it, and to be permitted, briefly, to be no one in particular. The Cape moves a little. The air up here is very thin and very clean, and the stars are doing what they always do. And then the sky starts to go pale at the eastern edge, the way it does, so gradually that you cannot point at the moment it begins. The black goes to deep blue, and the deep blue goes to something almost green,